gonna backtrack. And you should have kept my name out your mouth. Ask me though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give you something you can talk about.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine? Whatever the day of the week it is. Hold on. Let me get my leave-in conditioner out of the shots. And my pack of ponytails. Okay. It's one of those days, okay? Which band was it? I know everybody's dads was listening. Some of y'all were listening. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is F word. Who sings that? I'm not gonna say they ruined that phrase. But every time I say it's just one of those days, like that song comes to my mind. It's because my dad would listen to that crap on repeat. I shouldn't say crap, he loved it. Yeah, I figured. See, tracks, Zoe, he loved Limp Bizkit. Yep, he loved them. Okay, so I wanted to show y'all a little project I'm working on. Also forgot my I was on live so long yesterday. I was not break stuff. Yes, oh my god, slay. I used to love that group, Zoe. You were funny. My dad had the CD, the things that used to go on the CD visors. It was like a visor and you put the CDs in it. He used to have those. He used to have books of CDs in his truck. He always would have, like a system put in under the seat, the big speakers, and he would turn like roll and roll and roll. Well, who is that? Is that Limp Bizkit too? It's the same song. That one he loved, the roll and roll and roll. And whoever did that, sorry, excuse me if I'm saying the wrong band, but he had all the CDs. Okay. He tried his best. He would be at the Walmart, buying the CDs for $13.49 or whatever. It's the same song. Roll and roll and roll. Anyway, I wanted to show y'all what I've been working on here. So I'm just still getting acquainted with the Tory Lanez progeny. So I have started a tiny little, I'll call it like a nugget, like a little nugget of a map of a web. Okay, so I just put it in the Diddy web. So this is all I have right now. Okay, but as you know, things are wont to move and to change. But just so you know, right now where I have the map, the web, whatever. So this one started with Diddy. I have several of these if you're new here. A lot of times I do use these as visual aids, but you should be aware that's all it is. It's a visual aid. Nothing on here should be taken as fact. I need to put like a watermark somehow across the whole thing. But this one started as a Diddy web. This one's called the Diddy web. And, as you can see, it is quite sprawling. We have Suge Knight over here. Keefy D. Yes, we do. We have Jay-Z a few places. Rymere, Satterthwaite, Weinstein, whatever. Tory Lanez is over here, nestled here, right around the United Justice Coalition area of the map that I made. The United Justice Coalition, I don't know if it's owned by Jay-Z or Rock Nation. It's kind of like, I believe it is. I just don't want to speak out of turn, especially when it involves Alex Spiro, who I'm playing very nice with and who I love. Slay. Okay, I really don't honestly, oh man, truly, nobody is doing it like Alex Spiro. And I'm honestly, anyway, so I'm not trying, this is just public information here. But these are some of the folks that are involved on the, I don't know if it's the board or the About Us page or whatever. Got, Gayle King. So that's interesting. Gayle King is on the board because we got the Megan this. Maybe I should write I actually want to do a line here. From Gayle King to Megan Thee Stallion. Why am I doing this? Because she did the interview. Remember the Gayle King interview? This is why we love maps. Okay, so let me send this to the back. Not all the way back. No, undo. Let me send Desiree to the front. Again, y'all, this is just, this line, I told y'all why I put it there. It's because Megan Thee Stallion went on Gayle King. Well, Gayle King, let's see if we can go to the, okay. I'm going to bring you to the web page that is linked right there. Public website, Gayle King, United Justice Coalition. Yeah, program on Mac. Sorry. I don't finish thoughts completely. I have to get on, I have to get in the groove. Um, I'm kind of scatterbrained, but that's because I'm trying to say a lot of different things at once. Okay, so yeah, okay, there's a program on Mac. If you have an iPhone or a iMac or a MacBook, this should like already be on your computer, I think. If you're like updated over the last like year or so. Um, it's called Freeform. And this is just, you can just kind of, it's awesome. It's very functional. I have, if anybody from Freeform is watching, send me email, ThatSurpriseWitness, gmail.com. I have a couple, suggestions, but it's very good. It's very good. It's very good. I love it. It's free. It just comes on the computer. It just came on this computer. So I do use it. It works across devices. Um, but yeah, so here we are. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Lenora. Um, Listen, I ain't trying to y'all. I ain't scared of nothing and nobody, but like at some point I want to like have a wedding and like maybe a kid or something. So like I'm not trying to make like every possible person mad at me and sue me. Okay. It's like trying to pick my battles. All right. So Gayle King. Okay, so this United Justice Coalition, Alex Spiro's like, when did they take the like who we are off? Advisors and so there's advisors and there's ambassadors. Gayle King, co-host of CBS This Morning, an accomplished television journalist, top newsmaker, delivers original reporting. Oprah magazine. She began hosting a live weekly radio show. Most successful morning news broadcast, more than 3 decades. Since joining CBS News, she's conducted revealing and news-making interviews with world leaders, political figures, and celebrities, including former President Barack Obama, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Bruce Springsteen, Elon Musk, they forgot a comma here, Billie Eilish, R. Kelly. Oh my God, y'all remember the infamous R. Kelly interview with Gayle King and Michelle Obama. Okay, and then her mom, Michelle Obama's mom, Marianne Robinson. In addition, Gayle King has handled a number of high-profile assignments, including presidential debates and Justice for All. So this is like just like the United Justice Coalition. I think it's somehow affiliated with Rock Nation. They have a summit each year. Now, from what I could tell, and no disrespect intended, but from what I could tell, it's kind of like their main thing is this Justice Summit where they go and do like like think tank type talks. Like I went to a lot of stuff like this in oh my God, New Life Plan. You are so funny. Thank you for the $9.99. She said, not me clicking watch because I saw you had a web up. I know y'all love the webs. I do too. Thank you for that super chat. Good morning. Hello. Good morning, cousins. Good morning to the cousins. I need a animated superhero intro. That'll be fun. So like I went to a bunch of these in college and law school. You go to these like summits and it's like really y'all, again, no disrespect intended. I know that people work really hard for these things and on these things and a lot of work goes into it. I'm not even just the United Justice Coalition, but I'm sure work goes into that too. For me and in my experience, a lot of the ones, pretty much all of them that I ever went to was just like a waste of freaking time. And it actually started to appear to me, and I'll take that off the screen because I'm not talking about them. But it started to appear to me that it was like kind of just like an unnecessary waste of time for some very, very smart and accomplished people who could better use their time doing other things than sitting at this summit. But I never been to the UJC one. Okay. But all that to say, this Gayle King, let's see who's the abouts. I'll tell you, I'll just show y'all quickly. Who this is the advisory board. Okay, some familiar faces to some of you. Might even recognize some of these that I don't. This look like one of the royals right here. Tell me that ain't King Charles' second cousin or something. I mean, come on. Now this one's interesting right here. Marcy Croft. She is she's getting sued by Tony Busby. She's getting into it with him, or maybe she's suing him. This is who's Ben Crump. He's on there. let's see. There's a lot of people famous here. Charlemagne, and Angela Henry. There's Van Jones. He's CNN. There's Gayle King. Bunch of people here. Carmen Perez, Angela Rye, Norman Reimer, Alex Spiro. Okay, this is like a Rock Nation lawyer. Okay, so other things are going on there. But let's get back to the web. All that to say, I don't see anything untoward necessarily, just other than just, look at this interesting web. I don't know. So I started making, so there's the United Justice Coalition there. There's some lawyers here, right? There's a line between Busby and that Marcy Croft lady, like I said. Core Civic here, which is, I got a lot to say about this. It's tied in with that, remember that 2012 article that came out, and it was like the secret meeting that changed rap music and destroyed a generation. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen size here. Is he on there? Is he on the board? Might have just missed it. Oh, Van Jones is represented by Rock Nation. Nice. Okay, did not know that. Just One of Dem Days by Monica will make you like the phrase again. Okay. So yeah, the reason, if you're wondering why I put this Core Civic section, which is like a private prison company type of thing, Jailhouse Rock, the facts about hip hop and prison for profit. Okay, girl. I have all kind of stuff on this web. I mean, really, it is a labyrinth. It's a labyrinth, if you will. But anyway, so the reason that I put this United Justice Coalition and the Core Civic next to each other is because they both have to do with the criminal justice system. But there are there's other places on the web that I have Jay-Z as well. Like right here. And this is the balcony. This was all about I had looked into this balcony, the rumors about the balcony. Rihanna could leave out the balcony or leave out the front door or whatever. I don't know if that's true. I wasn't there, but this is just the research for that. See, there's this from an article. The audition definitely went well. This is Def Jam. Locked me into the office until 3 a.m. and Jay-Z said there's two ways out the door after you sign this deal or through the window. And we were on the 29th floor. Very flattering. I don't know if that's true. I didn't really look into it. I'm just showing y'all around the web. Janoris Jenkins, Jackrabbit Jenkins. They tried to do a Britney Spears on this guy. And I'm trying to tell y'all something, like, it doesn't actually matter where you look. If it's sports, if it's entertainment, if it's Hollywood, if it's TV movies, if it's honestly YouTube managers, whatever, like there is this very specific pattern of behaviors that allow these money changer types, these managers, these agents to take very serious and drastic control over other human beings, namely the talent. Okay, it happens in sports. It has happened a long time ago in sports, like in boxing. It used to happen in baseball. They would bring over like 14 to 16-year-old Dominican boys, and then somebody would get a guardianship over them, and then they'd be able to play baseball. They would get guardianships. They would get powers of attorney. They would any and everything. Okay, so this is just part of the web where I did make a video on that. Anyway, so I just wanted to show y'all that. Yeah. Okay. So that's that for that. Okay. So why am I doing this? Why are we doing Tory Lanez stuff? Well, his appeal, he has been convicted of a few things, and it relates to a Pew Pew event where a famous rapper named Megan Thee Stallion, Megan Pete is her birth certificate name. We're told publicly. And so when the case was like ongoing or whatever, like I really truly wasn't looking into it. I didn't look into it. By the time it got its way to me, it felt like too much stuff had even happened. Before you knew it, he was convicted. And I do remember whenever, and even in 2020, when it first kind of was like being talked about and stuff. But again, like I wasn't already on the beat of that story or anything. I was like maybe studying for the bar exam or something at this point. Actually, I found out I passed the bar exam right about the time of this trial. So I was going in a different direction. Like December 2020. No, that's not true. No, 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 no. It would have been December 2020. So, yeah, I mean, I was studying for the bar exam. I might even been in law school, just finished law school, height of the pandemic, all that. So, the little bit of news that made its way to me, I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess he did it. I guess he like shot that girl. I mean, wow, what a like woman hater, this is terrible. This abuse, hashtag me too, or whatever. I probably would have thought something like that. But again, I wasn't like fully or in any way invested in this case. I didn't know about it. So, now, years have passed. He's been convicted. He's been convicted. Yeah, labyrinth is the correct word. Exactly. Well, Jay-Z, I think, manages sports. Oh, you talking about Dex or who? To my knowledge, Lucas, no. Lucas asks, is there any current open investigation in regards of Lou Taylor and associate at this point? To my knowledge, like as far as any federal or any state or any law enforcement authorities, no, I don't know of any. But I mean, not that I would know. I don't know any more than the next person in the public. Okay, so this is like day like what, 5, 6. I know, lose horns, right? This is like day 5, 6 of me looking into this case. I certainly haven't made my mind up. I haven't seen nearly enough information. I haven't seen nearly enough data, etc. But I have seen enough to be very concerned over a major question. And that major question is whether or not Tory Lanez got a fair trial. Now, that is a different question. Please, please. This channel is for people that can understand nuance. Okay. If you can't, either keep it to yourself or please just don't participate in the conversation. Just go. It might hurt your brain. This is for people who understand nuance. Okay. Whether or not Tory Lanez is guilty, like, he has been found guilty. Okay. I will let y'all know he's been found guilty, but this is all an appeal. Okay. And I'm just talking about from my opinion. He has been found guilty by a jury of some things. So this is up for appeal. But what I am concerned about is that the jury found him guilty on a set of facts and circumstances that arose from a trial which was not fair. I'm concerned. Now, am I saying Tory Lanez didn't get a fair trial? I'm getting close to saying that, truly, because it feels like I get like infuriated reading this judge sometimes. The stuff that evidentiary rulings he lets in and doesn't let in, I'm still like that opening statement. For me, I'll let y'all know, the biggest issue is the fingerprints. The reason that's the biggest issue to me is because I believe it is, or at the very least, a judge must consider whether it comes close to being what's called Brady material, Brady evidence. This is, it's called, sorry, I got distracted. It's called Brady evidence because it's based on this case that went up to the Supreme Court, Brady versus Maryland, the state of Maryland. And I'm doing this off the top of my head. This is like one of the most talked about cases ever. You could truly Google it. AI can tell you or whatever, but just for the purposes of understanding what's going on right now here is, in this Brady case, the police, the prosecutors, somebody on the government's side had kept some evidence in their possession and didn't turn it over. Something like that, the prosecutor had access to evidence and did not turn it over. Well, then you get all this progeny and that gets decided that that's not fair. That's not right. If the prosecution has something, especially they call it exculpatory, and I'm telling y'all that word because you're going to hear it. It comes up in a lot of these famous cases, these famous people's cases. You're going to follow trials. Just exculpatory, maybe write on your notebook. Exculpatory, when you see that, just think of this Brady. Exculpatory = Brady. Brady evidence is now it's been expanded to include inculpatory, but the way it kind of we got here is it's not fair for the government, the state, who's trying to take away your rights. These are God-given rights. It's supposed to be a high threshold to take somebody's rights. Not given to you by the government. They're inalienable. They're God-given. You got to do something really egregious, really horrible to lose your rights. That's how it's supposed to be set up. So whenever the state, the government, seeks to take away a person's right, a person's freedoms or rights, they have a threshold. They have a high burden. They have a high burden to do that. Well, sorry, I need to just find the point I was on the Brady. So because it's such a high burden, these courts were determining that it's not fair for the government to have some evidence in their possession that could help you. Okay, this is this gold standard Brady case, the gold standard exculpatory evidence case. There's some, let's say, and this is why I'm really explaining to y'all. And if y'all want to clip this and cut it and react to it or whatever, definitely you can. This is just my opinion based on, I did study law stuff, and my first internship in law school, my first summer, was about Brady violations. And it was like I was doing this research for this professor. He was like at the Quattrone Center, which was actually started by John Legend, who's a University of Pennsylvania alum. Maybe funded by him, or he participates in it. Maybe I shouldn't say started by, but I do think it was the Quattrone Center. And then, yeah, it was just like, I like basically like read through cases. This is like right before AI, like a few years ago, but I had to read manually through cases and find these prosecutorial misconduct. And so many of the cases that had prosecutorial misconduct in them, I was basically just reading like a bunch of cases from like the state of, I don't know, Pennsylvania, New Jersey or something. Prosecutorial misconduct is often in that little project that I worked on, just basically data entry. Okay. It wasn't like anything. I'm not an expert, but it got it really solidified in my mind that the the judiciary, judges, aka judges, take Brady violations very, very seriously. It's one of the most serious things you can do. It's like automatic prosecutorial misconduct, pretty much. I mean, sometimes it could be shown that it was just accident, but things have shifted and changed throughout the years. I don't exactly know where it stands now, but it is absolutely the case. If the government has, so TLDR, watered down to the basics, okay? If the government, the state, it could be the police, it could be the detectives, anybody that represents and is like on that side, the state, they have evidence in their possession and they do not turn it over to the defendant. And either they like use that evidence to convict the defendant, or it's like substantive and material to the trial, to the case, especially the gold standard exculpatory evidence, which means that it would help. So in this case, if you apply the facts of this case to the framework that I just laid out, Tory Lanez and his lawyer allege in their appeal paperwork that, I'm going to make sure I get it right. This is off the top of my head. I'm not reading it. This is just what I remember reading. Okay. To my memory, it could be not exactly on point. Disclaimer. This is a live stream. But in Tory Lanez's paperwork for his appeal and what they're going to be arguing about in less than a week's time, one of the things has to do with, I think, textbook exculpatory evidence. I believe, and one day I am going to write a law school textbook. I'm going to write one, and it's going to be all just these high profile cases that are interesting or not interesting, but in the web. But I mean, if I'm in charge of the laws, I'm putting this in the textbook. Because why? Because remember, I keep bringing this up, but it is very important and on point. Remember Alec Baldwin shot somebody a couple years back on a movie set, and then the pew pew was loaded, and then the person like actually died, and then he had to stand trial. If memory serves, y'all can correct me in the live chats. If memory serves, Alex Spiro was his lawyer. If memory serves, I don't know if it was or not. Y'all correct me in the live chat. But whoever his lawyer was, he got off. Alec Baldwin didn't even really have to fully do a trial because it was found out and discovered that there was some exculpatory or whatever, inculpatory, whatever evidence. Inculpatory evidence, exculpatory evidence, evidence that would help the defendant out, either to prove their innocence or to prove it was unlikely that they did it, something that would help them, or evidence that hurts them that wasn't turned over if the prosecution actually relies on it. So in this case, what Tory Lanez and his lawyer said is that it wasn't until midway through this trial that we've been reading transcripts from. We're on day 3 now. We're going to start that shortly. But it is kind of like hard to sit here and like read transcripts all day. So I'm trying to give y'all a little bit like interlude, intro, prelude, epilogue. We'll start reading the transcript soon though. But what Tory Lanez and his lawyer say, his previous lawyer, is that it wasn't until during this trial had already started that his lawyer got this particular evidence about fingerprints. Now, what evidence about fingerprints? And this is another reason why I believe this is the most serious thing. Sorry, I need to turn my notifications off. I thought I had done that. Because, and we're going to walk through this little by little, but I want to, because I'm kind of doing this like as if I'm taking it on a law school test. Okay. I'm kind of going through the little parts that I would consider issue spotting, if you've ever heard of that. If these fingerprint evidence came back, and let's say, for example, it showed Tory Lanez's fingerprints was all over this gun, all over the gun. First of all, we already know the prosecution would have definitely used that in their opening and closing and all through the trial. But come to find out, according to Tory Lanez and his lawyer in these filings, his fingerprints are not on the gun at all. At all. Okay. So whether that's inculpatory or exculpatory evidence, I mean, I don't exactly know, but it's absolutely evidence that's material, substantive to the trial, and that Tory Lanez's lawyer could have based his entire defense could have been based on that one fact. If he was doing all this handling, if that was his gun, even, that's a huge question. Who's it for? Where's his fingerprints on it? Because they already couldn't find his DNA on there for sure. They didn't exclude it. But they could not find his DNA on that gun. They did not. They excluded his DNA from the magazine. And so just imagine how powerful of a punch that would have packed with a jury. Where's his fingerprints? And then yet more. Whose fingerprints are on it? Now, I haven't seen the fingerprint analysis. I saw a little bit of I think I saw the DNA ones. Thank you so much, Kaylee, for the £1.99. Thank you for looking at this case unbiasedly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kill with Kindness, for the $9.99. Miss Pete entire testimony was her perjuring herself. How is this acceptable with the court? I mean, well, okay. Kaylee, shout out to Kaylee. I started listening. I'm not like maybe halfway, not even halfway, probably. I started listening to this interview Kelsey Harris did. So Kelsey Harris, for the uninitiated, there was 4 people in the car that night. Okay, Megan Thee Stallion, she's a rapper. You got Tory Lanez, the one who got convicted. There's a driver, Jaquan, and then somebody else. There's somebody else is like an assistant, best friend type lady to Meg Thee Stallion. So assistant best friend lady and Tory Lanez and Jaquan the driver and Meg Thee Stallion, and they're in the car. So Kelsey ended up being, maybe she was like, actually both of these women were at times intimate with Tory Lanez. It all kind of comes out in the car. They're drunk. I have a suspicion that they might have been on something else, not even voluntarily, maybe not even knowingly, but just all the different things that they're kind of like saying, like, oh, and Megan was laughing in a way I never heard her laugh before. Anyway, so Kelsey, excuse me. So Kaylee sent me this link and I did start watching. It was like an interview that Kelsey I did with the prosecution, and maybe her lawyer or something, before her trial testimony. Now we're going to read her trial testimony today. I don't even know if I can actually react to the audio recording because the person who has the video up, it says in the description box like that, you know, nobody's allowed to redistribute it. So I will have to find a different version of it if I were going to do it like with a react, but I also need to like figure out other stuff too, like my speakers and stuff. So, yeah, anyway, so I was listening this morning to that interview that Kelsey had done. And it was like so many like little details did not add up with what she was saying and with what Meg, from what we read yesterday, Meg Thee Stallion was saying on the stand in her testimony. So, I mean, I'm going to be so confused once I even get to the end of this testimony because there's already like two different versions. Like in the Meg Thee Stallion, she was like, okay, well, he was, maybe he was shooting from the back passenger door. She said that at one point, but then later she was like, maybe it was the front, but I don't know, maybe front or back. I don't know. It was the back. He would have had to crawl over Kelsey. But then Kelsey was saying in this interview earlier that I was listening to, it was before the trial, I'm assuming, that Tory spider monkeyed across the middle console, didn't make any noise, took just a couple seconds. He was in the middle console, the center console. I guess maybe that's where he pulled the pew pew out from. But then Kelsey said in her, so that's one example. Then another example was Kelsey said in her interview, she loaded EJ's car up. She put the bags, hers and Meg Thee Stallion's bags, in EJ's car. But that's not necessarily, I don't think, what Megan said. Like all the details are like already like so blurry, and I'm like 5 days in. She's looking more and more like a liar. The trial was so unfair. Kill with kindness. Thank you again for that $9.99. It doesn't look like it was particularly. I'll say this: it's not the most fairest trial I've seen. I've seen fairer. I'll say that. I'm prepared to say that at this point. Thank you, Cat Eyes, for the $5 super chats. Thank you for going over the transcripts and using critical thinking. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Life of Samad, for the £1.99. He says the foundation was based on deceit. Yeah, the foundation of what? Like any of Meg Thee Stallion's attempts at any of these stories, or that she will, I don't know. I mean, there's so much stuff. Like she admits, yes. Like whenever the lawyer asks, so you lied to whoever, the police, whatever. She's like, yeah. Meg Thee Stallion's like, yeah, I did. Thank you, Chrissy, for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. This case was unethical. Thanks so much, Life of Samad. I was under the impression that what you can prove in court is what matters, not what you feel. But that didn't happen. I noticed that yesterday too. Thank you for that £4.99. I noticed when I was reading Megan Thee Stallion's testimony that she says and it might just be like a verbal like crutch, but she says, I feel like a lot. Like she says like, I feel like, and it's like, wait, hold on. Are you just saying I feel like because it's something you say, or is it you really just saying you feel like something, because that is not a fact? Yeah, I noticed that. It was interesting. Yeah, no, he was slithering and like I imagined in my mind, y'all remember Monsters Inc? He's like a lizard guy monster named Randall. He's like he's so stealthy, like all of a sudden he's right there and you're like, ah! It's like, yeah, they had like Randall the lizard Because she said that she walked like a few feet. It was like 2, 3 seconds. Meg the Stallion said it was like 2, 3 seconds. So 2 or 3 seconds from when she got out to when he slither snaked up to the front seat, got a pew, got his half of his body out. Which why would you do that? I don't know. I mean, why would anybody do a lot of the why would you go to Kylie Jenner's house? I mean, can we start there? No, thank you. That trial was based off Megan's feelings, Zoe said. Same with the Milagro trial, her feelings. And y'all let me know, X More Life, y'all let me know in the chat. Whenever Meg in her testimony was like, I have to sit in this room with these people who have been doing the narrative or whatever she said, like it's hard to be here in this room, whatever, because there's people are sitting next to these people that's been whatever. Was she talking about bloggers and like people like online, or was she talking about specifically like his actual like hired like team? Thank you, Supreme Sean. Is it Sean? We really appreciate you going over this case. Thank you for the 199 super chats. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Ashley. Make it was beautiful today. Thank you. She was talking about she was they so this is she was talking about her. That's what I felt like. That was my feeling. Speaking of feelings, my feelings was she was talking about Milagro. Yeah, y'all are saying yes. And maybe his family. Yes, it was about her. Oh, and academics. He was in there. I'm like pretty much over it, but like I'm still a little bit bothered. He told me to shut up. I'm like pretty much over it because me and him end up being on the same side of a lot of stuff. So I just have to be like pretty much over it. But like he did tell me to shut up one time. And I was just trying to keep him from getting in trouble with the law. Still a little bit miffed about it. He was not there. They say no, he was not. I'm still a little bit TJ Academics, but he did like nobody sent any hate. He did say, and I will give him credit. He did say at the end, like, shout out to her. I don't have no problem with her. So fine, whatever, whatever. But don't tell me to shut up. What? Don't do that. This is crazy. The gag is Millie. That's when they saying Millie, and we were saying Millie in here. I think they saying that's Milagro. That's the person Meg the Stallion suing for defamation. I need to catch up on what's going on in that case too, but apparently, like the transcript of that thing is, I gotta look at it. There's a whole lot going on. Academics gave her a platform on Instagram Live to go over each day of the trial. Okay. And I'm glad he did that. That's a good journalistic function, I gotta say. If you have a platform and then there's somebody that's been sitting in a trial firsthand account, hell yeah, put them on your platform. That's a service to the public. I went over that lawsuit. It feels like it was over a year ago. Leave the handing alone. Y'all are funny. I do have much bigger issues with people. Okay. Like, again, like I said, I'm not trying to, I'm trying to like, get married and have a peaceful life and like maybe have a baby or something before I become like 47 before I know it. So I'm not trying to be in beef with everybody all day. Just like a few people some days or like, a couple of people out all day or whatever. Okay. So here we are. It's Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. People of the state of California versus Daystar Peterson, aka Tory Lanez. And where we left off with the transcripts was that Megan the Stallion had gone off the stand. And then what was after that? It was like 2 other people. Wait, who? Tyrone Blackburn represents who? They raised the feeling issue on appeal. Okay. So let me. No. All right. It's like you have to kind of like custom size the thing so it fits on this. Screen. Question Lil Rod during his interview about his lawyer. Everyone believed Meg until the trial, they said. Dee Dee said everyone believed Meg until the trial. They were trying to say Academics was getting paperwork from Tory, but he said he actually got it from Rock Nation. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, no, there was a trial. There was a trial in 2022. It's like 3 years ago. I'm not trying to have beef with all people all days, just some people some days. It's true. Okay, all right. So, where we left off was, like, Meg Thee Stallion. There was a couple, like, officers and stuff. The end of the last transcript, which is on this same playlist, y'all can go and check out the very last bit, and there was, like, a roster. But we're on, like, I think this is day 3 now. We read all the transcripts from day 1 and all the public transcripts from day 2. So now this is the beginning, I believe, of day 3. This is again December 14th, 2022, third day of trial. The first day was the 12th. Okay, so call your next witness, and this is the prosecutor. She says, and this transcript is 110 pages long. Apparently, Kelsey continues on the next day. I think I didn't double check that, so I might have just misunderstood, but I think that she, like, goes this whole day. We'll see. Okay, call your next witness. Thank you. Okay, so they call Kelsey Harris. Now, what I'm interested in, for y'all that are really familiar with this, I am interested to see how or if this testimony contradicts from what I've heard so far from that other interview. Because, like, a lot of y'all were saying, like, so much stuff. She's like, I don't recall, I don't remember. And she's apparently going to plead the fifth. Now, this is a very, very, very bold choice for the prosecution to allow her to plead the fifth. Why? Because from where I'm sitting and from what I've seen, she's the only possible other suspect. I mean, I guess maybe Jaquan, but, like, no one's pointing fingers there. So it's like Kelsey Harris had gunshot residue on her. She wanted to say, oh, it was, he assaulted me. And then Megan didn't say that. It was, oh, he bumped, but she was too out of it. She couldn't see. But it's like Kelsey in that interview said that it was Tory Lanez who yanked her chain off and yanked her wig and her hair, or not her wig. It was Megan the one talking about the wig. But Kelsey said that he yanked her hair. Tory Lanez yanked her hair. I'm assuming either that's because it really happened, or if it didn't happen, she's saying that it happened so she could explain why there was gunshot residue on her. Because in the opening statement of the prosecutors, they were like, oh, you could get it on you by touching somebody or just being close. She also said she was outside of the car when she heard the pew pew. I don't think that's what Megan said. So I'm already, like, comparing different versions of this story, and I feel like we're about to get other different versions here in this transcript. Oh, yeah, we got to ring the bell. Why it ain't ringing? Okay, there we go. The life of Samad is like, you are going to be floored with her conduct. Okay, y'all. I did not take my beta blockers today. I don't take those. It was just a joke. Okay. Thank you. The witness is sworn. Yes, okay. Have a seat in the witness stand. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? She spells it. Kelsey Harris. Go ahead. Okay, so now this is the prosecutor. Good morning, Ms. Harris. Good morning. Okay. Can I call you Kelsey? That's fine. How do you feel about being here? I don't care to be here today. I think this means she don't want to. Why don't you care to be here today? She says, I mean, it's triggering, the situation. I could see that. Okay, well, can you tell us more about what's triggering about it? Anxiety, postpartum. Oh, this is a really terrible set of circumstances. Postpartum, I'm sure sucks. Currently dealing with a death, grief sucks, and I just don't want to be here. Tracks. So far, she seems credible. So far. Is there something about an incident that occurred that is triggering you in any way? She said yes. Okay, so why don't you tell us more about that? What about this incident is triggering? She said it's happening in the face of 1 million people. My name is thrown around in this. Lies from Megan. Oh, she throwing Megan under the bus bright and early 9 a.m. Lies from Megan. I mean, this is just not, it's not something that I would, I didn't ask to be in this. So it's very triggering. Okay. So I have some comments about this, if you will indulge me. This is happening in the face of a million people. I am sympathetic to that. I bet it is much more difficult for somebody, anybody, even anybody that has something to do with it or not, a witness, whoever, to show up to trial, to show up to court and testify. It's stressful to go to the courthouse. I always feel like I'm getting in trouble. Now imagine it's like, a huge famous person. There's a trial and it's all of that. Now imagine you're kind of maybe possibly on the suspect list by, the public. And then that it can probably, I have sympathy for it. It tracks. And I bet it's true. I bet it's really true. However, however, when somebody's being prosecuted in the face of millions, it only stands to reason that because trials are public, then there's going to be other people's names that comes up. There's going to be other things done in the face of millions of people. And a lot of times these trials, they have sometimes have fair and sometimes have unfair outcomes. But sometimes like the reason that these higher profile trials will actually something might happen in a good way or some justice is because everybody's looking at it. Everybody's looking. There's some level of accountability because everybody's looking. So I kind of got this vibe from both Megan testimony and now again we're seeing it here from Kelsey is like, I don't like these people all knowing about this. And it's like, well, y'all shouldn't have been behaving the way that you were that night. I didn't ask to be in this. Well, I mean, you were fighting in the car, were you not? That acrylic popped off somehow, did it not? I'm just saying, I don't think everybody pulled a trigger that night, but I'm just saying, I think everybody, yes, Tory too, had a contribution to the calamity that eventually ensued. I mean, now, again, I'm willing to go so far as to say, I think they might all been on something, didn't know. Could have been. I don't know. It's just odd and strange behaviors. Kelsey said that about Tory too. She said he was calling her all kind of bitches and hoes. Excuse my language. Tory Lanez was calling Megan all kind of stuff. I'd never heard him speak like that. Well, what is it, ladies and gentlemen? What is it, ladies and gentlemen? That's usually at play whenever you hear somebody say, I've never seen him do that. I've never heard Megan laugh like that. I've known her for 8 years. I've never seen that. What's usually at play? Or what can often be at play, I should say. Just hammered, could be, but your best friend assistant would have seen you hammered before, no? Wouldn't you know if your best friend and boss had ever laughed like that just because they were hammered before? Maybe not. Could have been a demon in Kylie Jenner's pool. I don't know. College buddies at that. They was drinking, y'all. They was beer ponging. They was beer ponging that night, Kelsey said in her interview. And Megan was inside making nachos. There's always like a food making me hungry in these these transcripts. Now, y'all, I want to also say this day during this is, I believe, whenever Kelsey hired security from Elite Security. And now that Elite Security is saying that Kelsey said she shot the gun on these days. And this is when they went to fixins. I don't believe nothing she says. The nachos never appeared. Is that true? Oh my God. She was too busy trying to stop Kylie and Tory. I saw some of them. I don't know. I can't say I saw all of them, but I saw the claw marks, if that's what you're asking. Did I see the claw marks? Yes, I did. The Fixins meet and greet. We're going to have it. We having a Fixins meet and greet. It's going to happen. One day I'm just going to drop a post like, I'm at Fixins. Who all ever is around, come. I'll be here for an hour. Okay. All right. So remember, this testimony is happening at the same time as this now bodyguard has now come out and said, oh, I lost my spot. Okay. This bodyguard who was bodyguarding Kelsey this day has come out and said, on the way to Fixins and in Fixins and stuff, that Kelsey admitted to pew-pewing the pew-pew in the air or something. Now, is that true? I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just telling you the different things people are saying. So when you're talking about lies, she's like, Megan's lies from Megan. This is just not something I would, I didn't ask to be in this. It's very triggering. Next question. When you're talking about lies, what are some of the lies? She's painted a picture that I betrayed her. She painted this picture that I'm this bad person, bad friend. I took hush money from someone. I mean, there's many lies, Okay, so what are some other accusations that you heard made about you? She said the element is there. The accusations, she said, were there, I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know what she's talking about here. So the next question, I'm just going to start next question. Were there accusations about you having shot Megan? There were. And how do you feel? Okay, we having a feelings trial again. These people should have went to therapy instead of court. How do you feel about these accusations between the hush money and the accusations about you having shot Megan? How do you feel about this? Well, I mean, it's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Okay, so we're going to step back a little bit. So it's ridiculous is not a feeling, but that's fine because I don't actually think she needs to be talking about her feelings. I don't think it's really relevant in any way what her sitting here today feelings are about it. Now, how did you feel in the moment? How did you feel that day? How did you feel right after? At some relevant times. But how are you feeling today? Like, go to the therapist. Okay, we're going to step back a little bit. Do you know someone by the name of Daystar Peterson? Yes, I do. Do you see him here in court? Yes, I do. Could you just briefly describe what he's wearing and point to where he is in the courtroom? He has on an all black turtleneck suit. Okay. Do you know him by another name? Tory Lanez. And how long have you known him before July 12th of 2020? And she says, I believe earlier that very same year is when we met. So he just met Tory and Meg that same year. I'm sorry, excuse me. Tory just met Kelsey and Meg in the same year. Is that true? I got my timeline right or I'm wrong? She said, I believe so. I could be wrong. I don't know. But she thinks it's earlier in 2020. Is it fair to say you hadn't known him for a long time? She said, yeah, that's correct. And how about Megan? You talked about Megan. Were you referring to Megan Pete? She said, yes, ma'am. And how long have you known Megan Pete before July 12th, 2020? She said, I knew her since our freshman year in college. And how would you describe your relationship between you and Megan before July 12th? So before Kylie's pool party. She said, well, to my knowledge, everything was great. So you were friends? She said, yes, ma'am. How close of friends were you? Very close, She trusted me. I trusted her. Were you best friends? Yes, ma'am. And besides this friendship, was there any other type of relationship that developed, like a professional relationship? Now I'm starting to wonder. She said, yes, ma'am. We eventually got into a professional relationship, meaning, Kelsey became Meg's assistant. She said she brought me on to be her assistant. I had prior business obligations So she trusted me to just come on and take that position. What does this mean? I had prior business obligations. This is a little, it's like everybody's talking in code or something sometimes. Like, okay. And as her assistant, when did this start? The assistant job? She said, I think 2019, maybe 2018. And you say you've known her since freshman year of college. About what year was that? Oh man, you asking me to go back in time. Maybe 2014, 13. Okay, so as her assistant, what kind of jobs were you doing for her? Um, I mean, I took a lot of duties outside of that, I mean, I was pretty much a team player, organizing schedules, making sure she had everything she needed, make sure she was on time to her gigs, make sure the team, just pretty much organizing everything. Did you travel with her? Yes, ma'am. And would you ever also stay with her during some of these travels, or did you have separate accommodations? Kelsey said, I mean, it depends on the situation, whether there was hotel arrangements or if we would all be in one home. Okay, so what was the relationship between you, Megan, and Tori before July 12th? So before Kylie's pool party, what was the relationship between you, Megan, and Tori? Oh, we were friends, good friends. And how did you guys all meet? A Rock Nation brunch. Okay, they all met. This is very important. I'm gonna start putting my very important facts and to me and in my opinion, in a square box, in a red box. All boxes are square, duh. I guess not, but you know what I mean, like in a box, a red box. How did you meet? How did you, Megan, and Tori meet? How did y'all all meet earlier that very same year? Wow. A Rock Nation brunch. I gotta make my box cute. Okay. Not cute, but like at least even. This sometimes y'all see the Aries and sometimes y'all get to see the Virgo. Okay, this is Virgo moment. Okay. How did you guys meet? A Rock Nation brunch. Okay, so just to be clear, Rock Nation is a music label. I think she meant label. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, so when you met Tori, did you also meet Tori at the same time Megan met Tori? Okay, so two best friends meeting at the brunch. Tori. You met all at the same time. I'm going to put that part in the box too. Okay. And then we don't get any more Rock Nation brunch details. Shucks. Can you describe, next question, a little bit more about how that relationship kind of moved forward? And when I say relationship, I mean between you, Tori, and Megan, the three. Because, right, like think about, okay, so far it's making sense to me, right? I'm imagining I'm at a brunch. I mean, I would never be there, but I have to really, try hard to use my imagination. I'm like, it's somebody's brunch. I'm there with my best friend. She's been my best friend since college. And now she also has been my assistant for a year or two. We're there together and we meet somebody. Hey, Tory Lanez. Hi, nice to meet you. So I can imagine it would be kind of awkward, be kind of odd. I mean, especially for me, because like, I got a man, but like, it would be kind of awkward if it was just like one best friend, unless they had some type of, but then you think about it, like they probably did have some type of crush. Somebody did. They both must have did because they both had relations with him, right? It makes sense that they would be like, what I'm trying to say is it makes sense that they would be friends as a three as well. Um, okay, this is what I was wondering, Callie. Does this run into the same allegations that the dad, son Star Peterson, is making about, Jay-Z's trying to sign Tory? This obviously isn't in the transcripts, but I've seen y'all. Um, yeah, Diddy Docket, you see that? They met at a Rock Nation brunch right before the Super Bowl. And then they went to that together. Okay, all right. This is helping. The Rock Nation brunch was because Jay-Z was trying to get his claws into Tory's career, Callie Misfit said. Kelsey got sick. Oh, right. She kept saying she caught the virus. She had the pandemic virus and stayed back, and then Meg went, and I guess that's when they hooked up. But Meg had hooked them two up. Right. That's what I was thinking. I remember. Yeah, web webbing. Meg was trying to get them together after. I think Meg was just trying to play matchmaker to anybody with Tory. She was trying to get him with Kylie, but then it was like, no, you can't stay here with Kylie. Well, no, I'm not going to say she was trying to get him with Kylie. That's not exactly what I meant. What I meant is like, she's FaceTiming, like, oh, come over to Kylie's. And then, I don't know. I think it was just too much. Oh, it is in the it's in the transcript. Holy okay. Yeah, the pink landline phone, it's actually not real. It's like, yes, I have an emergency report. I think there might be an instance of an unfair trial. Oh, I gotta check my messages later, y'all. She was Joe. That makes sense. Okay, so after her mom departed the earth, she took on more duties to manage Meg. Okay. Okay, so we're on page 6 out of 110, so let's keep it moving. And can you describe a little bit more about how that relationship kind of moved forward? And when I say relationship, I mean between you, Tory, and Megan. She said, we met, party night, me and Tory kind of had some communication. This was somebody that Megan wanted me to pursue, outside of a friendship, We've had a few nights where, we were engaged, and that was it. When you say we were engaged, what does that mean? Like people just want to use any word for anything, y'all. She said, well, more than a friendship. Okay. Did the dynamic of the relationship change between you three at any point? She said, I mean, I went back to Texas, caught COVID. So I was, separated from them, and whatever went on out there at the time, that's when I guess the dynamics changed. Oh. So when you were this is the next question. So when you were kind of all closer, you were essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like in the beginning, Megan tried to set you up with Tory. Is that right? Absolutely correct. Okay. And you were at some point intimate with Tory. And then that's when you were aware were you guys at the same location? She said, rephrase that. Yeah, true. I don't understand what the hell she's trying to ask. She says, were you at the same location at the time that you guys were all close together and hanging out? Were you all at the same? Yeah, it's vague. Do you understand the question? I don't understand the question. Rephrase the question. The court's even like, can you rephrase? Nobody even knows what you're saying. Okay. At the time, you talked about Megan was trying to set you up, and you were, kind of becoming friends with Tory, and might have had something outside of just a regular friendship with Tory, but were you guys all in the same city at that time? Yes, ma'am. And which city was that? She said, here, Los Angeles. Okay. Were you all from Los Angeles? No, ma'am. She's from Houston. I don't know where she's from. Bexar County. I'm from Victoria, Texas. Shout out to the Southern cousins, y'all. We probably cousins. And wherever Tory's from, Canada, wherever that is up there. I'm from Texas. She's like, I'm from Texas. I don't know about what's going on up there. So Tory, actually my first ancestors that I can trace back to the United States came first to Texas, but then they sided with Mexico in the Mexican-American War, and then they had to change their last name and run away to Louisiana. So, next question. Tori's from somewhere outside of Los Angeles, and you and Megan are both from Texas. Is that right? Yes, correct. And you were based in Los Angeles for a small period of time. Isn't that right? Yes. Then at some point, you mentioned you had COVID. And when you had COVID, where did you go? She said, well, then I went back home to Houston. And how about Meg and Tori? Where were they? She said, I'm not sure where Tori was. Megan was in LA. And do you know anything about Meg's relationship with Tori? How that developed while you were back in Houston? No, ma'am. Did they get closer while you were in Houston recovering from the virus? Yes, ma'am. And at some point, did you go back out to LA? She said, I sure did. Was that after the COVID thing kind of for you went away? You went away for that? She said, yeah. And how long were you out in Texas before dealing with that? She said, I was out there for a few months, like 2 or 3 months. Holy, she got sick. And by the time you got back to LA, was this around July 2020? Yes, ma'am. So she got back to LA. Okay, so she had been gone. This is important plot points. She gets sick. She goes to Texas, where she's from. Victoria, Texas, where she's from. Probably my cousin. Before dealing with that, she was in Texas, few months. Then she was in Texas. Then she got the virus, and then she stayed back. By the time she got back to LA, this was around the time of the Kylie Jenner pool party. And after you got back into LA, where did you stay? She said at Megan's Airbnb. Okay, so you guys were actually staying in the same residence, the same house? Yeah. And how long had you been staying there? She said, like before the Kylie Jenner pool party incident. She said, to my knowledge, when we look at the time frame, I actually got there at the end of June. So I was there like it was going on maybe 2 weeks that I was back in town. Okay, so previously it was like she was back in town for only a couple days. Okay, and during that entire 2 weeks, you stayed with Megan, correct? Did you have to get rid of your home base or your residence in Houston when you moved to LA? She said, yeah. I had my own place in Houston. I lived by myself. Megan did, inform me, hey, we're getting a house. You don't need none of your belongings. Get rid of it all. And I actually ended up subleasing my apartment to someone else and left my belongings there to them. So it's no longer mine. So yeah, I got rid of my furniture, everything. I came back maybe with a suitcase and that's about it. Okay, next question. So once you stayed in LA with Meg for a couple weeks, did either you or Meg at some point receive an invitation to a gathering at Kylie Jenner's house? Oh my God, this is scandalous. Yes, ma'am. And was that a couple days before July 12th? Yes, ma'am. And so on the night of the gathering, did you and Meg go into Kylie Jenner's house? Yes, ma'am. And this was the late evening of July 11th. Is that right? She's like, you gotta understand, there's been some time that's went by. So the event, you're discussing, what's the date? Yeah, July 11th, 2020. That evening, did you drove to Kylie Jenner's house with Meg? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So about what time would you say you got there? She said it was earlier in the day, maybe about 3 or 4. Okay, what time did you get there? About 3 or 4 p.m. Now, she did say in her interview that they were doing the WAP music video, I think that week. Who did you go to the party with? EJ, Megan's stylist. And I also want to be very clear, it was not a party. Okay, so she is saying this was not a party. This is news to me. It's been being called a pool party. Okay, how would you describe it then? Just a few people hanging out. Okay. The millennials, I guess the Gulf Coast millennials, I don't know. They call this a shindig. A shindig. It's not like a full party. It's not a bonfire. It's like a little small gathering. It's a shindig. It's like there's a little bit of party-esque type things. Like they're playing beer pong. It's, she gets mad when it's called a party. Yeah. Kirsty said, this is a whole roundabout mess about a third wheel, terrible attempt at a poly relationship that was riddled in jealousy. It does kind of seem like, is this one of those swingers lifestyle, like what they were saying in Diddy? It's like, Meg can have 10 boyfriends, but she gets jealous of everybody too. I don't know. I don't know. All I do know for sure is pretty much nobody's telling of the story, even within their own tellings, adds up to the other one. All these are different stories. So it is kind of just pick your story. I mean, I definitely do remember people like making it about, like abuse to women. And it was like a kind of believe all women moment. And I'll tell you, it worked on me because I was kind of like, well, it must be. Because it's like at that point, I wasn't really aware how the media is just like propaganda that like, just runs whatever whoever's PR person or whatever government agent tells them to say it. I did not realize that at the time. I'm obviously I know that now. Yeah, it's like a choose your own adventure. What you think happened? Okay, so how would you describe it? Just a few people hanging out. So, okay, please tell me, y'all. Did anybody subpoena Kylie Jenner's pool records? Did anybody subpoena the ring cam footage from Kylie's house? I want to know. So, who do you go to this non-party with? Again, she's like, again. I already told you. Again, EJ, Megan's stylist, drove us to Kylie's. Okay, and once you were there, what goes on? She said Megan wanted to cook for everybody. Megan wanted to cook. Wanted to cook. She wanted to make nachos. Is that cooking? I mean, look, listen, I'm not no shade because I don't even cook that, but is it cooking if you're making nachos? Me and the individuals that were there, it was maybe like 3-4 people. We were all playing, beer pong. See, they were playing beer pong. So it was more than a hangout, it was a shindig. Just kind of having a great time. Okay, so everyone's having a great time. And Megan comes out from inside the nachos room. She sees everybody having fun and she makes a statement along the lines of, well, y'all having fun without me. And we're like, then come have fun, girl. Like, join us. And then we just began to, continue the fun. I don't know whatever happened with the food. Guess everybody forgot about it. Oh my God, Kaylee, it was in here. I don't know what happened with the food. She was just pretending she was going to cook. So everybody forgot about the food. So she was basically Megan Thee Stallion having FOMO. And so she comes back out, y'all having fun without me. And she's like, well, come out, have fun. We just continued to, beer pong, drink. So everyone was drinking and having fun at this point, right? Yeah. And how many people would you say was there at that point? She's like, maybe like 5 or 6 people. Okay. And as the night goes on, what happens? She said again, a lot of alcohol had been involved. So some of this is blurry. Okay. Everybody, and I mean everybody, doing what everybody would do to enjoy themselves. Swim in the pool. Everybody doing what everybody would do to enjoy themselves. Swimming in the pool. What do you last remember? This is kind of interesting. This is an interesting turn of phrase. This is a new choice of words here. Everybody everybody doing what everybody would do to enjoy themselves. Well, what are you doing? Because all I keep thinking about is the back seat from Emilio's, what's his last name? Is it Garcia? Lawsuit against Megan Thee Stallion. Wait a second. Is Kelsey mentioned as one of the best friends in the Emilio lawsuit or no? Oh, yes. Odell Beckham Jr. was also apparently there. Well, that's what what are they doing? Is that why they had to FaceTime and get more people there? I don't know. Callie Misfit said, disrespected that woman in her own house. What did she do to Kylie? Are we going to get that? Glad she kicked them out, but her security, Corey, should have questioned. Corey Gamble? No, wait. No, she isn't what? I asked so many questions, so I don't even know. Oh, no, it's Jayla. Okay. What do you last remember? She said, I last remember, Megan's demeanor. Okay, so at some point, do you pass out? You go pass out. Yeah, I do. And do you know about what time that was when you passed out? She said, no, ma'am. I'm not really paying attention to the time. We had a lot of alcohol. Now, here's one thing I find interesting too, and y'all probably already know, but this is just like right now in my, at the point I'm at in the investigation I'm doing, my learning about it is I am curious to see what happened that made Kylie kick them out, because originally, Kelsey, well, she said in her interview that Kylie had showed them a room that they could stay in and that they could stay the night, and she like went and changed into her pajamas. Like they had a room to stay over the night. So they were originally invited and allowed to stay the night. But then Kylie kicked them out. Apparently, allegedly. So that's what I'm trying to keep an eye out for. One of the things. Kylie is never questioned, they say. I know, it's hungry. I'm hungry. The tree? What tree? Oh, Meg came back and started. So Simply Fee said it was because Meg came back and started going off. Because, okay, so do y'all think there's two different versions of the story? One version of the story is Meg and Kelsey get in the car with Jaquan and leave, but Tory Lanez stayed back with Kylie in the pool, and they leave. Well, then Megan forgot her slide and was like, bring me back to get my Louis Vuitton slide. So she goes back to Kylie's. Y'all believe that version of the story? Who believes what? Is it she left first and then came back? Because then that would explain what Simply Fee is saying, where it's like, okay, yeah, and when Megan came back to get her slide or came back just to spy, she saw Kylie and Tory doing whatever in the pool. Kylie Jenner posted a picture the very next morning of her feet. Wait, what she said to Kylie? Yeah, okay, so we're going to get it in here. All this mental gymnastics and word salad should be a sport. Oh, wait, it is. It is called court. I know, it's horrible. She left them on purpose, somebody said. Two Frames Media said she left them on purpose. She came back. That's what they saying. Okay, so y'all think, yeah, she did leave and come back. They were on what? I mean, this could mean, was it on what? Like 420 or oldest trick in the book. Oh. Hey, what you doing? I'm gonna have to come back over later because I forgot my shoe. Can you believe it? I left your house with no shoe on my foot. Yeah. Oldest trick in the book. I forgot it. I forgot the priceless heirloom at your house. I have to come back tomorrow. I was trying to take it back to the 99, She was mad, they said. Okay. Enough playing games. Enough playing around, okay? I'm not really paying attention to the time. Do you know what time it is you passed out? No. We was drinking. Okay, and do you know about how long you had been there before you passed out? She's like, a little while, like more than 2 hours, 3 hours. Okay, so sometime later, much later in the night, you pass out. Yeah. Okay, and at some point you woke up. Yeah. And how are you feeling at the point that you wake up? She said, I guess, and sort of in my right mind. Okay, so she slept it off a little bit. And when you wake up, do you get back down to the party? It was not a party. Oh. Order. Oh, girl, my thing's all beat up. Order. It was not a party. Okay, excuse me, the gathering. Do you go back down to the gathering? Yeah, I do go back down. Yes. Yes, ma'am. And who is there by the time you get down to the gathering / shindig? She says, well, at this point, it's just me. EJ, Megan. So that's a lot of people, girl. Me. So there's Kelsey, the stylist, is still there. Meg is there. I don't know if this is pre or post wig slipping with the EJ and the Megan and all that. And then Tory had come. So Tory was there. Kylie was there. And then this little throuple right here. Megan, Kelsey, and EJ. I'm not saying throuple like romantic, but, they rode there together. So these three rode there together. Also, Odell Beckham Jr. apparently made an appearance at some point. Corey Gamble, I don't know where he is. But at this point at the gathering, it's just Kelsey, Megan, her stylist EJ, Kylie, whose house it is, and Tory, who had come later. Okay, so then what happened at that point? She said, well, Megan was, drunk. She just, I don't know. Like I said, her demeanor was a little off. She was doing this laughing, like, obnoxiously, and everybody's in the pool having a good time. And then what happens? She's like, I just wanna make sure I'm staying along the track." I actually get out of the pool. EJ says, "Kelsey, it's time for us to leave." And again, in her interview, she said Kylie had shown her a place where they could stay and sleep for the night, and she had put pajamas on. She's making it clear for the bloggers, okay, which I appreciate, thank you. She said, "I go upstairs, I put my pajamas on. I want to be clear, I was in pajamas, not a bikini." Do y'all know the word pajama comes from Punjabi or like South Asian languages like Urdu and Sanskrit, and it's like pants that you tie with a drawstring. Do you know those came from South Asia, aka what's now known as like India, Pakistan, pajama. Anyway, some little trivia for you. I go upstairs. She's like, to put the pajamas on. I want to be clear. I was in pajamas. I was not in a bikini. I was wearing pajamas. I mean, they are a little bit, bikini-esque. It's hard to tell. She's like, he had packed all the bags up. He had packed all the bags up. That's EJ. EJ, this is important to me. This is an important little evidentiary moment. Kelsey's talking about who packed the bags. Whose bags they are is important because that could be a place where the what came out of, that olive green pew-pew. Who did it belong to? They never got to the bottom of it. He had packed all the bags. He had them ready to go, the stylist. He said, "Tell Megan it's time to go." So why was the stylist here? Was the music video was that day? Did they do the music video at Kylie's house? I have some WAP questions. Where was Cardi B? Ain't she in WAP? Yeah. She's the one that says the most disgusting lyric of the song, if you could believe that there is one. It's the macaroni one. It ruins macaroni. Disgusting. Okay, she's like, "Whoa, let me go back a little bit." Okay, he had them ready to go. He said, "Tell Megan it's time to go," but Megan didn't want to leave. She's doing the cackling, remember? Okay, the prosecutor says, "Let me go back a little bit. You mentioned there's bags that had been packed up. You brought a bunch of bags there?" "Yeah, we brought bags." "Why did you bring all of the bags to the gathering?" "Why did you bring all the bags?" I think they were going to stay there. I think that was the plan. She said, "Well, whatever she usually carries around," and we had different bikini changes. Imagine going with a stylist to a not even party. This doesn't add up to me. Something isn't adding up. Why did you bring all of these bags to Kylie Jenner's house? Like, imagine showing up. Kylie's like, "Hey, y'all want to come swimming? You want to come swim at my house?" And you're like, "Yeah, bet. Let me just go pack my luggage." You would bring what? Like a tote? You'd bring a tote, a beach bag, and maybe a purse. Like, if you're a guy and you're going, you might bring a little drawstring bag, what do you, a little sunscreen, little, couple little nips in there, with the you take a little shot in case Kylie don't have any good alcohol or something. Like, what do you bring into the pool? What do you need? Bikini changes? You were wearing a thong ass out. How many bikinis you need? Who had a patch of hair missing? Now y'all just making stuff up or what? The shots at the door thing hasn't come up in my official transcript readings except for Megan to deny it. She said nobody had to do that, or she don't remember having to do that. No, Kelsey did not just get off the plane. No, she had said she was actually there for like 2 weeks. She got back in LA the end of June, and this is July 11th night going into 12th morning. So she did not just get off the plane. Good question. Good question. And where's Odell? When did he leave? Nobody's really, really hammering in on where he is. And so far, I mean, what are we on, the seventh witness to testify? And really very few people have said Odell anything. Kelsey had hair missing. Somebody send me the picture. Right. Like, imagine you're like, I don't know. The thing about it is, for me, I have like a lot of self-confidence. And I was raised by, people that like actually had to work real hard for everything they had. So like there wasn't really always like a whole bunch of like bikini changes. You get the one bikini that looks cute and you're gonna wear it a few years, like till it's fading or whatever. It's like actually I wasn't I wasn't allowed to wear bikinis. I had to wear one pieces and then sometimes like some summers my mom would be like, you can wear a tankini. I was not allowed to wear bikinis, but you get my point. Why are you bringing the entire team to a pool kickback? It's weird. But another thing about this is though that y'all like these people are freaking weird. They're not like us for real. Like I'm not even saying about anybody in particular, but like to survive in this like Hollywood Calabasas way, like you have to completely indoctrinate yourself into a different way of thinking. So it may just really be like you're expected to show up to the pool party with an entourage, the pool shindig kickback, and a bunch of suitcases full of bikinis. I mean, it's weird because it's like if the stylist is bringing it, does that mean it wasn't really hers? Like, or is this bikinis are being passed around Hollywood? Like, what is it? I wasn't allowed to wear bikinis. No, wasn't none of that. And you better not be anywhere outside of the water unless you're wearing a cover up. I mean, y'all, the ones just been around, y'all already heard this story, but their normal is completely different. Well, and the people are normal and degenerates are not. But yeah, totally. Whose legs was all scratched up? I do believe that was Kelsey. EJ and Odell don't drink. Well, probably smart. EJ needs to be the next read. I think he is tomorrow. I think he is on the next transcript. Or maybe he doesn't come up until the 19th. Well, we'll see. We're going to go in. Oh my God, this is crazy. J. Alicia Lewis said, imagine witnessing losing your sneaky leak that you stole from your best friend to a not even billionaire. Because remember Forbes came back and took her title back? Jay, Alicia. I think Hunter S. Thompson had some interesting things to say about their industry. Sounds familiar. Probably for the best. I certainly look. I might. I'm not drinking at Kylie Jenner's house, to be honest. I'm probably not going there, but like, I don't think I would probably drink at any famous person's house after hearing these lawsuits about Diddy, unless I bring it myself and I just have my little daiquiri from the gas station or whatever. Yeah, I do remember this. This is a crazy. Fear and loathing. Okay, so let's get back to the transcript. We're on page 14. Whatever she usually carries around, we had different bikini changes to just go to a not party. Ooh. I think they were going to stay the night and they got kicked out and asked to leave. I think that's what it is. And I think that they just not saying that. Because this, it doesn't feel credible to me. It doesn't feel, I don't know why she would be lying. So I'm not saying she is, but it just, something isn't sitting right in my feelings. Since this is the trial of feelings, I'm going to talk about my feelings. My feelings is it feels like there's something missing. There feels like some holes in this story. Let me go back a little bit. You mentioned there were bags that had been packed up. You brought a bunch of bags there. We brought bags. Yes. So why did you bring all of those bags to the gathering? Well, I don't know, whatever she usually carries around. And we had different bikini changes. I see. So EJ goes and tells you that you need to leave the party, but then Meg doesn't want to leave. Yes. Then what happens? Well, first of all, it's not a party. I keep saying party. I apologize. Thank you. And Kelsey goes, mm-hmm. What's so offensive about it being a party? Okay, so Meg wants to leave the gathering. What happened? Meg does not want to leave the gathering? No, she doesn't want to leave. Like I said, her demeanor's off. She doesn't want to leave. Tory is, doing his thing. Well, what is he doing exactly? Well, being Tory, flirting, but with who? He was flirting with Kylie. Womp womp. Okay, now we get it. Now we get the story. And then what happens? Then EJ says, hey, tell her it's time to go. She doesn't want to leave. Then finally he's like, tell her wig is like falling off. So at that point, it's like, Megan, your appearance isn't together. Like, let's go, And she still had a pushback. And here's the thing too, y'all, like, I haven't like explicitly said this, but like, Who the cares? Like, I know it's like Megan, you don't like Meg Thee Stallion and whatever. It's like, haha, her wig's falling. But like, you shouldn't have to leave if you're having fun, if you're having a good time, your wig falling off is not a good reason to leave. Go in the bathroom and put that thing back on and go keep having fun. That's not a good reason to leave. Don't do that to yourself. Who cares if take the wig off? Who cares if it's not even a party? You know what I mean? That's not a good reason to tell somebody to leave the party. But it's kind of makes me kind of feel bad, you know? Kind of makes me feel sad. It's like, girl, you're because she's sitting there feeling jealous of Kylie. You know, this is how I do. I know that y'all like are y'all have an easy time just being like, yeah, F her in her crusty wig or whatever. But it's like kind of mean, you know, like, because she's obviously jealous of Kylie and like this Tory Lanez guy. And, you know, maybe one of the reasons they're not together is because he's kind of small and she's huge, which I'm sure she's been in her past, you know, self-conscious about, which I don't think is cool, you know, just because someone is a certain stature doesn't mean anything and whatever. So I'm sure she's just like feeling some type of way. And then her two friends that brought her there, like, girl, you weren't coming off. We want to go. Like, it's kind of mean. Like, just say something else. You're embarrassing yourself. You're cackling. Like, that's not a good reason to go. But apparently it was enough to get her to go. I mean, she had all those clothes, but no wig glue. I bet she did. As far as EJ, okay, so Jay said EJ always travels to party shindigs with his clients. Okay, interesting. Was she cackling? Was she cackling at Kylie and Tory? I don't know. Right, take it off and throw some water in your hair and keep having fun. Or not. The hairstylist is calling exactly. Who cares? Put a scarf on if you really want to. Like, who cares? Have fun. Get in the pool, get in the water, splish and splash. But you better put a cover up on when you get out of the water. Your daddy said. Anyway, she was told to leave. It was, you have to leave. You have to go. That's what Pauline said. Sanvi said EJ gonna get pissed about Meg saying he left them because he says he pulled out with them after putting their stuff in the car. EJ saw Meg and Kelsey leave without Tory. Whoa, that's a whole different story. Judging yourself, judging others. It's true. Oh, Zoe said, I don't think it's a true story anyway. I think the wig story is to hide the real reason why she was told to get out. And it was because what? What was the real reason she was told to get out? Because she was just drunk and loud and cackling. So it's like, can you leave? You're annoying. Or was the real reason so that Kylie could make a move on Tory? They were trying to get her to go for a while, but then they told her wig was slipping. That's what they're saying. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Nikki said Kylie made you stumble to the car. Hammered drunk. She was belligerent. Jay Alicia Lewis said, well, hold on. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why Meg made EJ put their bags in Tori's car. I think it's because she was trying to go in the car with Tory and make sure Tory didn't stay with Kylie. She was trying to basically force Tory to go. But I don't know. Maybe that's not right. Tory was flirting, but Kylie was what? Wit? Megan was being mean to Kylie. That's why EJ said it was time to go, even though, oh, he even called Ferris, the assistant. Oh, she made a comment like that. Oh. Well, that's why y'all are saying she disrespected her in her own house. Oh, she assaulted Kylie and called her a lame? Oh, my Lord. Okay, so is this in Kelsey's testimony? Let's see. No, it can't be because she's acting like it was the wig slipping. Okay, so let's see. She doesn't want to leave. Finally, he's like, hey, tell her her wig is like falling off. So at that point, you know, it's like, Megan, your appearance isn't together. Like, let's go, you know? And she still had a pushback. But when she realized her wig was coming off, finally she was like, oh, okay. She got out in her bikini. And then she had asked, I don't know how or where the agreement ever happened, where we were, leaving with Tory, where we were, leaving with Tory. But she had EJ move all her bags, all the bags. Slip. Whose bags? Whose bags are they? Whose bags? All her bags? Oops, I mean the bags. Y'all see that? I don't know how or where the agreement. I remember they asked Megan yesterday on the stand, was there an agreement for you to go home with Tory? She said, well, it wouldn't have been weird. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary. She said, was there an agreement for you to go home with him that night? Because you didn't come to the party with him, did you? No. So why did you think you were going to be leaving with Tory? She was like, well, I don't think we had an agreement. So now Kelsey's like, okay, so there was an agreement, but apparently it didn't happen. Leaving with Tory, but she had EJ move all her bags, all the bags from EJ's car, who they came with, to Tory's car. All right, so let's go back. Did you see when Tory arrived at this gathering? No. So who saw when he got there? Megan said she didn't see. Do you know how he got there? She said to her knowledge, the driver, Jaquan Smith. She said, I didn't know him at the time, but now, they call him Quan. Had you met him before that night? No. So Megan had met him before. Interesting, but okay, interesting. But Kelsey had never met Quan. Okay, so after the bags were moved, whose bags? From EJ's car to Tory's car. And again, I think, wait a second. Doesn't Kelsey say in her interview that she is the one who moved those bags? I think I have it on the web. I think it was something I found to be so important that I might have put it on the web already. Yes. She says that Kelsey says in that interview, it's on what is it, like Street Journal, what is this? Street News? Street TV. Street TV. I'll put the link in the chat. It's an interview. Complete Kelsey Harris statement to prosecutors regarding Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion incident. Now, at around, I'm going to put the link in the chat so that y'all know what I'm talking about. And then you can watch that one later or just reference it. But I have to mark this here. It's one of the very few things that's on this little web. Kelsey said she loaded the vehicle with the suitcases at 11:30. On this here. See if you can hear it. You might not be able to hear it. It's like not very loud.
I loaded EJ's vehicle,
Hold on.
It's like a pajama set on. It's a top and a bottom. So I put my set on. I came back downstairs. I loaded EJ's vehicle, who we rode with.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got it. I'm glad I did that. Okay. She said she loaded EJ's vehicle, but EJ is the one who moved the bags. Okay. So Kelsey thought she was going in EJ. So she loads the vehicle. Okay. So then Meg has EJ put the bags in Tory's car. Okay. So from EJ's to Tory's. Yes. Okay. So let's go back. Did you see when Tory arrived at the gathering? No. Do you know how he got there? Jaquan, his driver. I hadn't met him before that night. Okay, so after the bags were moved from EJ's car to Tory's car, then what happened? She said after the bags are moved into Tory's car, he was still inside. Megan is the one that made that request. What request exactly? Well, to move the items. She basically was just wanting Tory to leave the house. Wanting Tory to leave. So I think she maybe had started getting a little crush. She made Tory come out of the house. Tory said no and says to his driver, take them home. What was his mood at the time he came out and said, no, take them home? Tory, I mean, it was just like, I can't really describe his mood. It was just like adamant, just take them home. Did he resist leaving in some way? Like he didn't want to leave the party? Kelsey said, not that he didn't want to leave. He just didn't. It was just something about he just didn't want to get in that car, you know? Yeah, it was just something. It was probably the way she was acting already crazy. Okay, so what happens next? She said, we leave. We leave. I mean, we leave. And so when you say we at this point, who is the we? She said, me, Megan, and the driver. So they do leave without Tory. He's driving us home. And EJ leaves too. So everybody's gone from there now, except Kylie and Tory. Does EJ leave in his own car? Yes, he does. Does he leave in his own car? Yes. And do you know where he goes? No. We all just get out at the same time. I'm not sure where he went or where he was heading. Okay, so at some point, did you get on the phone with your sister while you were still at the party, at the gathering? Okay, so she talks to her sister on the phone. Do you recall when that happened? Do you recall when? No. Do you recall what was going on when you were talking to your sister? She's like, what do you mean as far as, well, did you remember anything about what you said or what was exchanged when you were talking to your sister? Oh, no, we were just having a regular conversation. This prosecutor is trying to get a specific detail out of her about something she said to her sister, but like Kelsey's like not getting it or just not going there. She's like, no, it's just a regular conversation. Okay, about what? Well, just, like, I can't believe we're here, like Kylie Jenner's house. So this isn't something that you would normally do, right? Kelsey said, no. So now that Jaquan is driving, it's you and Meg the Stallion in the car and you're leaving. And then what happens? Well, Meg, she was still doing her laughing or whatever. Again, y'all, I want to know, did they take blood from these poor people and make sure that they didn't get a hold of the wrong stuff? Her obnoxious laugh. Did you ask her about the laugh? No, not then, no. And how were you feeling at this point? Were you more aware and lucid as the night was going on? She said, it was like a balance, I guess you would say. She had said that she left a slipper. Okay, so all right. So where are we in the car? Okay, we're in the car. Meg the Stallion is there. Kelsey is there. And Jaquan, who is Tory Lanez's driver, he's driving them. But Tory is at the house with Kylie. They're in the car. Meg is doing her cackling. And she's like, shit, I forgot my slipper. I forgot my chancla. I forgot my flip-flop. I forgot my juti. That would be a chappal. Forgot my chappal. Chancla. What are the other names for that? Every culture has a word for these. They're like flippy floppies or slides. Okay, you wear them when you walk outside. But they're not for inside the house shoes. Or I guess when you clean and you can wear them. So Tory in boxers, Kylie in a bikini. What y'all think Meg walked in on when they came back for the slipper? I mean, I have an idea. What might have been going down in the pool? Yeah, it is. It's Chuppos. Am I right? Am I right though? House shoes. Well, those house shoes are more you can't like wear them in a shower, right? It's like those are more like terry, like fluffy, like clothy. Chinelos with the L or the chinelo. Barbados is like, no, girl, we just call them slippers. Yeah, see. Anyway, just watch when one starts flying. Okay, they were in the pool. More than Kylie was there. Megan even tried to bully friends of Kylie. I'm no fan of any of them. Pegasus knows what shoes. Who's Pegasus? Shower shoes or house shoes. Yeah, shower shoes. Yep. I think we called them flip-flops or slides. BJ, okay, so Pauline said it was that Megan wanted Tory to do what she had said. Shout out to Barbados. Shout out to the Barbados cousins. Okay. So she left a slipper. And now we have to go back to Kylie's. Oh, I forgot my thing. So did you all go back? Yes. And what happened once you got back there? Well, then Megan went inside, and to my knowledge, apparently a fight or something happened in there. Ding, 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 ding. An argument. I don't know. I was not there. Yep, there it is. I don't know. I wasn't there. So I don't know. And so what made you think that something happened in there? She said, because Megan rushed out. And this time she rushed out with Tory, and she was like, I'm sorry. Can I cuss? And she was like, oh, I'm sorry. Can I cuss? This is so Texas. This is like, they're like Southern. I mean, I grew up in Louisiana, so I know how it is, but it's kind of like, you don't like, there's certain places where they just like, they really, they, you know, program it into you. You can't do, you know, it's like a courthouse is like church or something. You can't curse. Yeah, you can curse. Okay. She was like, bitch, Kylie said, we got to get the F out. And Kelsey's like, and I'm so confused. So what's Tory's demeanor at this point? Kelsey said I'm honestly not really paying attention to his demeanor. He's just, you know, he just cut out. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. So at this point, does everyone get into the car? She said, yes, ma'am. So when you get into the car, where is everyone seated? If you remember, okay, Megan is in the front. So this lines up, front passenger. I'm behind her. That lines up. Tory is behind the driver. Driver is Quan, as well as security guard. Well, Kelsey said, I didn't really know the nature of their relationship, so I can't really tell you what he was at that time. Okay, so once you're in the car and everyone is leaving, what happens? Your Honor, do I have to answer that question? What? So once you're in the car and everyone is leaving, what happens? Your Honor, do I have to answer that question? The judge said, yeah. Like the most important thing of the whole thing, like what happened in the car and then the, you know, with the shoot, like, do I have to answer that? Yeah, you have, girl. She says, I mean, well, Megan is, I mean, she just rambling, you know, about what? I don't know. So many things, you know, I don't know. Okay. And is Tory saying anything? Kelsey said, well, I mean, again, it was a lot of going back and forth in the car. Who was the going back and forth between? Kelsey said, everyone. Was Jaquan also included? No. Oh, no, ma'am. Sorry. Excluding Jaquan. They don't even count him as a person in the car. And this goes to show, isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic that Kelsey doesn't even consider the driver of the car, the security or whatever, to be in the everyone, right? Like who's arguing? Everyone. So Jaquan is arguing? Oh, no, not him. But then it would come out months later and recently, it would come out years later and recently, maybe months, that the security guard that Kelsey had hired on the very day she did these testimonies, she said some stuff in front of him she wasn't supposed to really be saying. Well, I mean, I'm glad she said it if she did say it. Again, I wasn't there. I don't know if it happened, but that's what Tory Lanez' lawyers is saying to the appeals court and the habeas and all that. It's like she's not even considering the driver as somebody in the car. Right. That's why so she did admit it. Yeah. Kylie said we have to get the F out of here. I got 2 of them. I know they're so little, but I refuse to cut it. Meg on the stand said, I just want to leave. I wanted to leave. No, girl, you got kicked out. True, Becky. Tori said, tell your friend what you've been doing behind her back. Okay. So when you say, as best you can remember, tell us, what was this going back and forth about? Kelsey said, again, there was an argument that took place inside. Ooh, okay. So it just, I guess, carried on. And man, I don't know. So much stuff thrown back and forth, name calling. Who was the name calling going on between? She said me and Megan, Tory and Megan, Tory and me, Megan and Tory, me. Do you remember Tory saying something to the effect of, Megan, why are you not telling your friend about something? Suggesting that Megan was hiding something from you? Yes, ma'am, I do remember that. Tory said that. Okay, and do you remember either your response or Megan's response to that? She said, Megan was just like, don't listen to him. Why are you telling her? Why are you telling her that? And at this point, what's your reaction? She said, well, of course I'm upset, confused. And sorry, confused? Yeah, confused. I don't know what's going on. Do you remember what it is Tory is actually saying about all of this? About what? Do you remember what he was suggesting when he was asking you or saying something to Megan about she needs to be more open with you or tell you something? She said, he just saying that they got a relationship, like they have a relationship. And then what happens? Kelsey said, an argument ensues and it's just continuous. Okay, so at this point, who is the argument between? She said, now it's me and Megan arguing about her disloyalty. And then what else? Her disloyalty. Okay, so does Tory also say anything? She said, I think at this point, let me see. Sorry, I just want to make sure I remember. Again, there's a lot going on, lots of name calling. Well, we're going to just do our best to break it down. I know it was a little while ago, so we're going to take it one thing at a time. Okay, so you mentioned that you and Megan are going at each other. And at some point, you also mentioned that there was an exchange between Megan and Tory as well. Objection, that misstates the evidence. Okay. Well, why don't you just no, vague as to time? Okay, so sustained. So the judge actually sides with Tory's lawyer. The question must be rephrased. Was there also some type of back and forth between Megan and Tory as well? Vague as to time. Say it again. Was there a back and forth between Megan and Tory as well? Yes, there was. And do you remember anything about what was said between Megan and Tory? She was just, Meg started attacking his career as an artist. And how did he respond to that? I don't know. I think they were both just going back and forth about artistry, I guess. Okay, and when you say back and forth, what was he saying? Well, everyone's just calling each other names. Again, this is an argument amongst everybody. Do we drunk? Okay, next question. When you get into this argument, is it only between you and Meg, or is there a point where you and Tory were arguing in an exchange? We had an exchange with each other. Everybody's arguing with each other. Yes. Okay, so now go into the exchange that you had with Tory. Well, we were just taking jabs at each other. I can't really remember everything verbatim. Just everybody's taking jabs at each other. Do you remember at any point him calling you and Megan bitches and hoes? We all cut each other some names. Okay, yes, but do you remember him specifically also calling you bitches and hoes? Why is she asking this? Because Megan said this yesterday on the stand, and Megan has serious and severe credibility issues. It's not up for debate. It just is how it works. She changed her story many times, and so for that reason, there are credibility issues. And so now all of the important facts of the case have to be corroborated by other people. Yeah, Sharon, that's a good question. But you know what? I actually think the lawyer, that Tory Lanez's lawyer, did as good a job as he probably could have. He did an excellent job making Megan look like she just can't be trusted. And I think that, with 2 weeks or whatever on the case, that's great. But it's a good point. Megan just straight up boldface lied about the bags being hers. They just let that slide. I would have called her back to the damn stand. Exactly. Like, wait, hold on. Hold on. I think that it was Tory Lanez's lawyer was more worried about that acrylic nail and the evidence of where it was found and stuff like that. The switch up from the audio interview is crazy. And shout out to Kaylee yet again. She's the one that was like, you have to listen to the audio interview first before you do, like, it will help before you do Kelsey's transcript, because she changes her story. And I did not finish it, but I saw enough to where it's like it already contradicted so much. Why wasn't Kylie Jenner called to the stand is a great question. And it's like, for me, Becky, it's like the whole entire thing, from the investigation, the cops not running certain stuff, the judge not letting certain stuff come in, the lawyer, Sean Chapman Hawley, doing whatever she was doing, which is now up for consideration before the review board or whatever. It's just like all of these things. The one eyewitness changing his story. It's like so many things. The fingerprints, again, I think it's very important. I think it's, when I say the most important, I don't even say like that because it's the thing I care the most about. It's just like the thing that I could see in the issue spotting, like if I'm treating this whole thing like a law school test, like it's on the bar exam or something, like that's the thing that gets you the most points. Like if you're playing skee ball, it's like the one little one right up there at the top. And if you can get in that, you win all the tickets or whatever. It's just like prosecutorial misconduct for inculpatory or exculpatory evidence, fingerprint evidence. It's like on the literal smoking gun, literally no fingerprints on the gun. And nobody told them that till trial, in the middle of trial. People are saying Kris Jenner kept Kylie out of this by calling in favors. I wouldn't be surprised. They are very powerful people. Okay. Do you remember specifically Tory calling you bitches and hoes? We were all calling each other names. Okay, how about this? Did you speak with myself and Mr. Bott back in September? Yes. Do you remember there was also another investigator named Joey Little there? Wasn't Little the last name of the first doctor? Dr. Little? Or am I making that up? It was a DA investigator by the name of Joey Little that was there. Yes, ma'am. And it was recorded. It was a recorded interview. Do you recall telling us that Tory was calling you and Megan bitches and hoes? Yes, ma'am. And is that what happened? She said, well, we were all calling each other names. So, I guess, yes, ma'am. Okay. Do you remember besides that if Tory also said anything else to you? A lot was said. Okay. If you can, do you remember any of the specific things he said? No, I don't know. Girl. Do you remember in this interview you did with Mr. Bott and myself that you mentioned he threatened to shoot you? Do I have to answer that? She does say that in the interview, the one that I told y'all about. I put the link in the chat or whatever earlier. She says that when they were fighting, he looked to her and said, I'll shoot you, and motioned toward the middle console. Do you remember that you told us that he threatened to do that? Do I have to answer that question? The judge said, yeah. She said, yes, ma'am, I remember saying that. And this was in the car, correct? Yes. And how was it that he threatened to shoot you? What did he do? And what did he say? Can I take my fifth? She wants her Fifth Amendment. Which you can do. Y'all should know this. If you're ever called to testify about something and it could implicate you, this is not legal advice. You better have a lawyer if you're ever on the stand and you might be involved. But you don't have to answer questions. Especially if you the one person that they all pointing the finger to, if the guy that they trying to get on the thing gets off, then it's you. You don't have to answer questions. I know it seems and appears shady, especially in this case. But you can say this. You're allowed. And it's under the Fifth Amendment. Real as it gets said, Meg set Tory up and she was sent to do that because he didn't sign with Roc Nation. That is crazy. My guess is Megan, being Roc Nation's new artist, while Tory being the artist that just turned them down. Sanvi said Desiree Perez was in that interview. That's why she went along with that narrative then. And that's why she says the interview was lies. Ooh. Wait, so Kelsey turned around too now or what? Even Tory's dad accused Rock Nation of being involved. Yeah, she was granted immunity. Why was Desiree Perez in all of Megan's meetings as if she was the lawyer? I mean, I don't know. That woman does seem like a stage 5 helicopter mom, though. Like, she seems like somebody that's all up in everybody's business. So it don't surprise me. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's one of those Lou Taylor types or whatever. Okay. The judge said, do you need to talk to your lawyer? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Nardoni, can we go to the hallway? Sure. Okay, let's take a break. Okay, so Tory's lawyer is like, all right, so while they're out there doing that, whatever the hell that shit is, can we approach? And then they do a sidebar. And one of the issues we have on the 402, if the court recalls, was my motion that I filed, which was for me to go into the statements made by my client to the police. Statements made by my client to the police. Yeah, he wanted to talk about those. He wasn't allowed to say them. With the statement not to the police, the statement to Kelsey. The statement to Kelsey, yes, not to the police. The statement to Kelsey on the body cam, yes. Remember the judge stopped him? That was one of my first indicators this judge wasn't fair, is that he like actually didn't let him say something in his opening because it was hearsay. Very strange. Everything in the opening is hearsay at that point. He was like going to prove it, hoping to prove it or show it at trial. The court's like, yeah, statements to Kelsey on the body cam, That 402 motion has been pending, Your Honor. The court said, right. So my question to the court is, we have to address that issue because my intentions were to play that body cam with this witness. The court said, okay. So can we do that now? The judge said, we'll do it at 1:30. I'll go a few more minutes and then we'll break. Okay. So the record should reflect the witness has had a moment or two to speak with her attorney in private. Who's her attorney? Is it Tyrone? Is that what y'all were trying to tell me earlier? So the record should reflect the witness has had a moment or two to speak with her attorney in private. Are we ready to go forward? Yes. All right, go ahead. Ask another question. Kelsey. When Tory threatened to pew you, what exactly did he say or do? She said, again, I want to enter my Fifth Amendment. The court said, okay, but you still have to answer that question. I don't know. Would refreshing your recollection of that interview help? She's shaking her head. No, she's having a meltdown, it sounds like. Is there a reason you don't want to answer the question? She shakes her head. No. Kelsey, why don't you want to answer the question? She said, it's just, I don't know. How do you feel about being here and testifying in this courtroom? I don't want to be here because she knows this shit ain't true. That's my opinion. I don't know because I wasn't in there. But I think it's because she's convicted. She got a conviction. And the people that make it in Hollywood and the music industry are the people who can overcome that conviction. Hear me one more time. The people who make it within the structure of the Hollywood and music industry are the people who can feel that conviction and ignore it, or that don't feel it at all. Just got to be comfortable with just lying. That's what I think is going on here. I can't. She can't even get it out. She knows that it's not true, whatever she did say or whatever she's about to say. How do you feel about being here? I don't want to be here. How do you feel about Tory being present? I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want to be here. Is this a good break time? Yeah. Okay. We'll take our break. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, remember the admin, and this too, y'all, because really what I think could be going on is he didn't actually threaten to shoot her. I think that's probably what's going on. And she knows that. But they're leaving it off on this like super dramatic point right here. Like, are you scared of big bad 5'3" Tory Lanez? Is that what it is? You scared of him over there in his black suit? You need a little breaky poo. And it's like, look, listen, she ain't even the one got shot. It makes it look like, I think prejudice in front of the jury, because it makes it look like she's scared to answer truthfully because of Tory Lanez being in a room. And this was just fed to her by the prosecutor, right? Like, the girl is breaking down, having a freaking panic attack over just answering a question, which she perfectly willingly answered in that interview months and months and months prior. But now she can't even speak. She's too stunned to speak. How do you feel about being here and testifying? I don't want to be here. So they take a break. Okay. So the jurors leave and they go to lunch, and then Kelsey leaves and goes to lunch, but then they stay in and do a little sidebar. The judge says, so, Tory's lawyer, do you want to address that issue about the statements on the body cam? We have a couple minutes. He said, sure. The judge says, with respect to your issue regarding the statements made on the body cam, do you want the witness excluded? Miss Ta, oh yeah, actually I need a moment to speak with her just before we break. I can handle this. Okay. You mentioned several possible grounds, the court said. I think if you can establish that it was an excited utterance under the code, I think that is about the only way I can see it being admissible. And that's because he already let Megan's excited utterance in and other people's excited utterances in. So he's going to have to let in this excited utterance. But I don't think that's the only way. I think it's a statement against interest. I think it's a lot of stuff. I think that's about the only way I can see it being admissible. I don't see it as a state of mind exception. Your Honor, I believe this entire case, this is Tory's lawyer. Your Honor, I believe this entire case has been the state's evidence introduced in front of the body cam at the time of this incident, and all of the officers and the witnesses had been an excited utterance. And I think counsel himself, the state, has argued that the statements were made right at the time, minutes after the pew pew event. I think he even put up that it was 0.3 miles away from where the shooting happened. So it's within minutes and it's less than a mile away. The court said, well, if you can lay the foundation, then it's admissible. It has to meet the requirements of the code 1240. If you meet those requirements, then it's admissible. The prosecutor said, I would just like to add that the hearsay exception that I put forward to the officers in the body cam was not a spontaneous statement or excited utterance. I think spontaneous statement and excited utterance is the same thing. It was contemporaneous statement under 1241, which is used to describe an act or condition as it's happening. Yeah, that's a different thing. Yes, but that's not the same thing as an excited utterance. It would explain a person's actions. Why an officer's going here or shining a flashlight there, which I explained. I think the problem for the spontaneous statement exception for the defendant is that it has to be made spontaneously. No, it doesn't have to be made spontaneously. It's also called an excited utterance. In this case, we have a transcript that was made in response to questioning. It's quite the opposite of spontaneous. Tory's lawyer said, what transcript? That's not my client's statement. The court said, I don't know if the questioning is determinative. I think what's determinative is what events are surrounding it. Exactly. Yes. The circumstances. And what he says, I mean, quite frankly, the statement, I don't know that it necessarily helps or hurts one side or the other. The prosecutor said, well, if I could just add, it has to be made before there's a time to contrive and misrepresent. Well, that's exactly what Tory Lanez's lawyer is saying. There was no time to contrive. It was moments after. It wasn't like he sat up all night thinking about how he was going to game everybody. He said, but the prosecutor said he's literally in handcuffs when he's making these statements. So I'm not sure why that's amusing. What in the hell amusing? But it seems to me that would be the point, to misrepresent statements when you're in handcuffs for an assault. The judge said, well, let's see what the testimony is as far as the statement. And if it qualifies, it qualifies. If it doesn't, it doesn't. All right, let's see everybody after lunch. So they come back. All right, bye. No, just kidding. Just kidding. We're back on the record. All parties present. We have Kelsey back on the witness stand. You're still under oath. Let me remind you. Before the lunch hour, first question of the second half of the day. Before the lunch hour, you admitted that Tory threatened to pew-pew you. No, she didn't. She didn't admit it. She didn't. She said she admitted she remembered saying it, and that is different, okay? You admitted he threatened. Nope. You admitted you told us that before. That's two different things. But the prosecutor is about as good as Teeny Garagos as twisting and turning. What exactly did he say to you? And what did he do when he said it? Kelsey said, some of the things that I stated in that interview were not accurate. Okay, well, what else did he say to you? What did he do when he said it? She said again, when we had our interview, there were some things I wasn't truthful about. Okay, when someone, you got a jackpot impeachment. When you can get someone on the stand to say, I wasn't truthful, they just impeached permanently. Now you can tell the jury, you don't have to believe a thing they ever said. We not only have Megan, the stallion, admitting to lying, but we also have Kelsey now. I wasn't truthful when I did my interview, she said. Okay, next question, Kelsey. Let me ask you again. You admitted before lunch today, Tory threatened to pew-pew you in the car? This is not accurate. She did not admit that. She said, when the prosecutor said, do you remember telling us that? She's like, yeah, I told you some stuff wasn't true. She's trying to even, honestly, I got to give it to Kelsey here. I think it's the prosecutor who's in the wrong here, because Kelsey is at the very least, saying, look, before the lunch, you admitted he threatened to shoot you. Yep. Yeah. The answer to the question is some of the things were not true that I said in that interview. Okay. Well, what did he say when he threatened you? Again, when we had our interview, I wasn't truthful. Kelsey, let me ask you again. Didn't he threaten to shoot? Then she's finally like, What did he say? I can't remember. I'm going to play you a recording and we're going to see if this refreshes your recollection. Do you remember saying that? Yes. And is that what happened? No. That is not what happened, Kelsey said. Is not what happened. There were some things I just wasn't being truthful about. What did he say to you in the car? And again, this is important too, because what question comes to my mind from just a common sense perspective, not even a legal perspective? This prosecutor should be admonished, I think. Because look, do you remember saying this on the recording? Yeah, I remember saying it. And is that what happened? No, I wasn't truthful. He didn't threaten to shoot me. He didn't do that. That didn't happen. She said, no, that's not what happened. Okay, so what happened? She's like, I was lying. There's some stuff I wasn't truthful about. Okay, so what did he say when he threatened to pew-pew you? She's like, the prosecutor is like basically testifying things that didn't happen. Like I have to say for Kelsey, she is trying. She's trying to say that didn't happen. I don't know how many ways she could say it. I wasn't truthful. I can't remember. Do you remember this? Yeah. Is that what happened? No, I was not truthful. She keeps trying to say it. And the prosecutor just keeps not accepting that. She's like, yeah, but he did threaten to shoot you, right? And she's like, no, that didn't happen. You told us on that day specifically, right? Yes, ma'am. And you told us what he did when he threatened. Isn't that right? She said, well, the night was a blur. We were under the influence, so I can't quote him. Do you remember what he did when he threatened to pew-pew you? No. I'll play you another recording and see if that refreshes your recollection. They play the recording. Is that you talking to me, Mr. Bott, and in the presence of investigator Jody Little? Yes. And do you also tell us that Tory reached toward the center console and made some type of motion? You responded, all right, if you pew-pew me, you pew-pew me? I guess it's my time to go. Do you remember telling us that? She's like, you would have to refresh my memory. Your Honor, could we approach? Yeah, come on. We're at the sidebar. I believe this is an improper way to refresh recollection. They're playing the recording without a transcript to the jury. I know you can refresh recollection with anything. I understand, but you can't just play an audio recording in court without a transcript. The court said, I can admonish them that the audio they're hearing is not in evidence. Tory's lawyer's like, Your Honor, but, and the judge cuts him off. It's just easier to do it this way. It's just easier. And Tory Lanez's lawyer said, no, it's not easier. There's procedural rules here. They're trying to play a recording. So this is crazy. There are rules. And the judge did say yesterday to the prosecutors they couldn't do this anymore with no transcript. They're trying to play a recording, Your Honor. Yeah, they're trying to have her listen to the recording. So this is what the lawyer is upset about, okay? The refresher recollection thing it's not with stuff that is necessarily admissible for evidence. It's just to literally refresh the memory of the person, the witness who's testifying. So usually, if I handed you something to refresh your recollection, would it help? And then usually they will just hand a piece of paper and the person will just look at it, turn it over, put it down. The witness will turn it over, put it down and say, yes, my recollection has been refreshed. The last 4 digits were 3234 or whatever, right? It's like, you don't remember. You have to look at okay, yeah, my memories refreshed. Yeah. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that the thing that they were just looking at is necessarily evidence. So it hasn't passed all the procedural rules. It hasn't passed all the qualifications. And so here the lawyer is saying, this isn't supposed to be played out loud in front of the jury. They're trying to play the recording for the jury. The judge cuts him off. Yeah, and have her listen. He said, okay, then show the transcript. They have the transcript. It's just like the portion they're trying to refresh the recollection. It's just like they did with Megan. They can't just play a recording without a transcript to the jury. The judge said they can choose whatever they want to, but it goes against the rules. He said if they have a transcript, they need to give the transcript to the jury and play the audio recording with the transcript. Those are the court rules, Your Honor. The court said, okay, but the transcript is not being received into evidence. I understand your concern. Typically, it's not done this way, but it is easier. Tory Lanez's lawyer said, yeah, it's easier for them. They're trying to play. It's just as easy to show the document to their witness and refresh their recollection that way. That is what we do all the time, Your Honor. Why are you letting them play this out loud with no transcript? This is rules. Your rules. Okay, fine. For the sake of judicial economy, I will allow them to do this, but I will instruct the jurors that their hearing on the audio is not evidence. It's simply to refresh their recollection. Tory Lanez's lawyer said, I understand what you're saying, but you can't unwind that, Your Honor. They're hearing it. Don't hear it. It's not an evidence. They're going to listen to it. But I don't think it's that bad to let it in. I think they should let it in because it shows how much she changed it up, which to me is the thing that makes her look the least credible. She's just changing it up out here. The judge said, I suspect at some point we're going to hear all of this anyway. That's why I'm allowing it. Let's get to it. So he's just based on his feelings. Now it's just based on his feelings. What's going to happen? The judge said, just so you're all clear, what you're hearing on the audio is just to refresh her memory. That is not evidence at this point. I'm going to ask this question. And at Diddy's trial, they had headphones. They could have gave her some headphones. They did not have to play this out loud for the jury. They did not. Do you recall in this interview telling investigator Little, myself, and Mr. Bott that Tory was reaching for a pew-pew and you saw his hand moving and he never opened the console, but you saw him reaching? She said, again, like I said, you have to refresh my memory. So this is what they worked out in lunch. Okay, so I think they went to lunch and the prosecutors were like, all right, you don't have to say anything. We're just going to play your recording. You don't have to say anything. Obviously, you're not a credible liar. So just shut up and we're going to play your recording. Every time I ask you a question, just say, you need your recollection refreshed. We just got it in with the judge. He's going to let us play any goddamn thing we want to. No transcript. So basically, that'll be your testimony and then you can just plead the fifth. I mean, I think that's what happened. It's my opinion. I don't know. I wasn't there. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes. So did you tell us that you saw Tory reaching for the center console area as if he was reaching to grab something? She said, per this audio, yes. Did you tell us that at that point you responded, okay. And if you shoot me, you shoot me. I guess it's my time to go. Like, like if you pew pew me, I have people who will ride behind me. Do you remember telling us that? Yes. Again, ma'am, I said a few things in there that's not true. But do you remember telling us that? She said, no, I mean, you're going to have to refresh my memory of that day. Again, letting them just play this previous recording wherein I guess Desiree Perez was in there, they saying. Who said that? Okay, I'm going back. You talked to us about the argument in the car between Megan and Tory and you and Tory. Is that right? You talked to us back in September about that argument? In that conversation, did you tell us that Tory was definitely calling Meg bitches and hoes and you stepped in and told him you're not going to talk to my friend like that? I don't know. I don't care what y'all got going on, but you're not going to talk to her like that in front of me. And he got offended. And that's when you and Tory started arguing. Do you remember telling us that? She said, I may have said that. Yeah. And what happened after this argument? At what point? In the car. You mentioned that Tory threatened to pew pew you. What happened after that? I believe we had pulled over. Why did you guys pull over? Well, I don't know. I don't know if he told us to get out or Megan. I don't know. They were both deciding, about pulling the car over. And then what happened? I don't know. What part are you talking about? Your Honor, I'm going to object. Okay, so this is Tory's lawyer. I'm going to object, Your Honor, because I think there's 2 times they pulled over. The court said, well, she's only testifying to 1. Did you pull over once or twice? The witness, no, we pulled over twice. So that's why I'm asking, which part are you talking about? The prosecutor said, we're going to go to the first time, chronologically, the best you can. After he threatens to shoot you, you mentioned that at some point you guys pull over. Is that right? Correct. Yes. And what happens after that? Megan gets out. I believe there's a bus stop. Tory gets behind her. They talk, gets out behind her and they talk. Could you hear anything that was being said between them? No. And where were you at that time? She said, I stayed in the car with Jaquan. And do you know whether or not Meg had her phone on her? No, ma'am. I don't know if she had her phone. Do you know whether or not her phone had been dying or was dying that night? She said, I don't believe it was dead. No, ma'am. When Megan and Tory were talking, at some point, did they get back into the car? She said, yes. And what was everyone's mood when they got back into the car? She said, calm, relaxed. Where was everyone seated when they got back into the car? I believe this was the same placement. Okay, so that would be Megan in the front passenger. Jaquan is driving. You're behind Megan in the back passenger, and Tory is behind Jaquan. Yes. And this stop, the first time you stopped was a bus stop? I believe so. And after you guys got back in the car, what happened? More arguing ensued. And what did you argue about? Again, this is all a blur to me now. Okay, well, when you talked to us in September, it wasn't a blur. She said, I don't know. The artistry stuff came up, but other than that, I just don't know. When you say artistry stuff, what do you mean? Well, when she was attacking Tory about his career. Well, what did Tory say in response to Megan? I don't remember. Were they going back and forth about each other's artistry in their career? She said, I think so. I don't know. Do you not know or do you not remember? She said, as of right now, I really don't remember. My mind is kind of blurry. Would a recording of your statement about this in September refresh your recollection? She said, you can refresh my memory. She said, I don't remember. I don't remember saying that. So you don't remember saying that? Or you don't remember what happened? She said, no, I said it. But again, I said a lot of things. And this time, okay, so next question. All right, so this time, after they're going back and forth about their artistry, what happens? She said, we're arguing. I mean, they're arguing, me and Megan arguing. I think I say something along the lines of I don't know. It was a lot of back and forth. Again, it's not clear. So she's really not saying anything. She really ain't saying nothing. It's not clear, but it did come back up because I heard her backdoor me. Heard her backdoor. Okay, when you talked to us in September, you said that argument about the artistry, that's when the next stop and incident occurs. Do you recall that? She said, well, there was another stop. And this next stop, this is where a shooting occurs. She said, can I take my 5th? Oh, because she had that residue on her too, if you recall. The judge said, no, you have to answer the question. She said, there was gunshots. Okay, so you got good passive voice. Gunshots from where, from what, from who? Okay, next question. So at this next stop, where the shooting occurs, where the gunshots occur. Right before that, you said the last thing that exchanged was between Megan and Tory about the artistry. Do you remember telling us that? She said no. There was a lot of going back and forth. Still amongst me and her and him and her. Yeah, I do. She said, nope. I don't remember telling you that. It was about artistry. No, I don't. Okay. Do you remember after they were going back and forth about the artistry? Tory's response was, let these hoes out and get these bitches out the car. This is my car. And you guys responded, okay. Do you remember telling us that? She said, well, I know he told us we can get out the car. Okay. And that was right after they were exchanging insults to each other about their artistry, right? She said, I can't tell you whether it was right after, but it was the final thing that he said. Would listening to a recording of telling us the timeline of this exchange between Tory and Meg and him kicking you guys out of the car help refresh your recollection? She goes, you can replay the recording. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told us about the sequence of events after Meg and Tory were throwing insults? I think what's his name? George Magdesian is going to have a field day on Kelsey. It refreshes, but honestly, I just can't remember, Okay, but you remembered in September 2022. She said, is that when I was interviewed? Yeah. She said again, I said a few different things. I really don't know. Kelsey, at some point in this case, did Tory try to bribe you? She said, not just me. Okay, so who else did he try to bribe? Well, I wouldn't say the word bribe. Okay, well, you did just say it, right? Like, or you agreed with it. At some point, yeah, he tried to bribe me and it wasn't just me. Okay, who else did he try to bribe? Well, I wouldn't say bribe, actually. I wouldn't say that word. Okay, well, did he offer you money in exchange for you not to say anything about this case? She said, honestly, about not saying anything? No, he didn't. But it was mentioned. Did he offer $1 million to you so that you wouldn't say anything about this case? She said he mentioned $1 million. But that's not the same thing as offering, right? Like, these are totally different verbs, and they're different verbs for a very important reason, because they're different. So offering $1 million so that you won't say anything isn't the same as mentioning $1 million. It's just not the same. It's not answered to the question, non-responsive. He offered specifically $1 million for you not to say anything about this case. Is that right? She said, I mean, I guess it was about the case. I don't know what. So no, not specific. It was vague. It was something that happened that night, right? She said, I mean, I assume it was about a shooting that occurred, correct? Kelsey said, well, he didn't say the word shooting. Okay, but he offered you $1 million to keep quiet after a shooting that happened. Is that right? She said, no. The way you're wording it, no, that's not the exact wording. Well, a shooting occurred in this case, right, Kelsey? She said, well, pew pew, yeah. Pew pew shots went off. So she's like very, very specific. She's like, don't call it a party. Don't call it a shooting. She said, pew pew shots went off and it happened on July 12th around 4:20 a.m. Is that right? She said, I can't tell you the time, but yeah, July 12th, 2020. And you saw what happened during that shooting, didn't you? She said, I mean, again, no. The way I was positioned, honestly, no, I didn't see. Okay, so after that shooting, you and Meg got into a car with the defendant, Tory Lanez. Isn't that right? And the driver was Jaquan Smith. Isn't that right? Yeah, we got back into the car. Yes. And after you got back into that car, did Tory tell you to shut up, Kelsey? Shut up? Everybody was telling me to shut up. Did you tell us in September that Tory told you, shut up, Kelsey? Shut up because you were crying and hysterical? She said, I mean, honestly, everybody was telling me to shut up. Did he tell you, Kelsey, when you heard the sirens and the police coming nearby, he was going to pay you $1 million, pay Meg $1 million if you guys just wouldn't say anything about what happened? Kelsey said, no, he did not say those words. What words did he say? He mentioned $1 million, but again, it's a blur, so I really don't remember. What do you remember about what he said with regard to $1 million? She said, I don't know, something about a deal amongst his label. Well, what's his label? I thought he don't have a label. Next question. That night wasn't the only night he tried to offer you some favors in exchange for not talking. Isn't that right? Again, I said a few things in that interview. Listen, say what you want about Kelsey. I have some things to say about her as well, but she is truly trying to clear up where she lied. And the prosecutor should be letting her do that. And she's not. Like, she literally the prosecutor cut her off. Look, again, I've said a few things in that interview that Was that correct? Yeah. He offered you more than just one time favors in exchange for you not talking. Isn't that right? She said, I mean, I guess if that's what you want to call it. I don't know. It's just the prosecutor's just got a warm body up here to agree to anything being said, it seems like. And he offered to hire an attorney for you. And your response was, why would I need an attorney from you? Is that right? I don't, can you refresh? Like, she just wants to sit here and let this tape play in court and not actually testify. So she plays the recording. Again, this shouldn't be being played in court. They should get her some headphones. And somebody should have at least said the headphones. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said about Tory offering you favors or trying to hire you a lawyer? Does that refresh your recollection? She said, I mean, I still don't remember, no, but I guess that's what I said. Is that what happened? Did he offer you favors? No. But you told us going back to that night, you stopped that second time. What happened after you stopped that second time? The final stop. Megan got out of the car. I got out of the car. I hear shots. And does Megan get out of the car first or you? She said, I think we're getting out at the same time. She's getting from the front passenger seat. And Kelsey said Kelsey's getting out from the rear passenger seat. So you mean exactly where the gunshots came from? The passenger side. Then what happens? I hear shots. What do you see? I honestly can't. I don't repeat what I saw. It's a blur. Okay. In September, when you interviewed with us, it was not a blur, was it? She said, I said things to protect myself that night. Okay. Well, that day, it's a blur. Okay. I get it, Kelsey. You're trying to protect yourself, but you're telling us you didn't see anything or you didn't hear anything. It's a blur. Is that right? I mean, I didn't see anything. So, well, you said you heard pew pew shots. How many of those did you hear? Multiple. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Do you remember? No, ma'am, no. What's the next thing you remember? I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I really don't know. I don't know. Megan, I don't know if I don't know how she limped or whatever she did. I don't know. But she went to where she was and she was on the sidewalk driveway. Okay, Kelsey, in September, did you tell us that Megan jumped out of her seat, which was the front seat? You opened the door, which was behind Megan, and you got out of the vehicle? You weren't looking at any direction when you first got out, you said. But then, at that point, you heard gunshots? Do you remember telling us that? She said, I remember getting out of the vehicle and hearing gunshots. Yes. Did you say that to us? I remember getting out of the vehicle, hearing pew pew. So I would assume I did. Okay, but did you tell us that when you got outside? No sooner do you hear the gunshots, you look up and maybe it was 5 gunshots. Did you tell us that? She said, no, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I can't recount how many I heard. Did you tell us that when you looked at maybe the second or third gunshot, that's when you see Tory and he's in the front seat and he must have jumped over the front seat and he's leaning out of the door over the window? Do you remember telling us that? She said again, our interview was not 100% truthful. She's trying to tell this woman I was lying to your face. But did you tell us that? I don't know, because is that what I told you in September or in September? I'm going to play you a recording to see if that refreshes your recollection. Now, does that refresh your recollection as to what you told us? That's what I told you per the audio. Okay, and did you also tell us that your door was open and Megan's door was open, and so both doors were open in the passenger side, and that's when you see Tory shooting through the window and to the top of the door? Did you say that? Again, she says, this is the night of alcohol. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We need a I don't know counter. Your Honor, can I approach? The court said to the witness. Yeah. So the attorneys come up. Now she wants to put in the transcript. Oh, this prosecutor is a sneaky snake because the prosecutor is simply just not listening. The prosecutor is simply just not listening to what Kelsey is saying, which is, I lied to you. All the things you're bringing up to me are not true. I don't remember that happening. I kind of remember saying it to you, and I'm telling you I wasn't being honest. The interview was not 100% truthful. That's what her answer is. That doesn't mean she's a hostile witness. Hostile witness means you're not answering the questions. She is answering the questions. She's saying I wasn't being honest. That's not what happened. I don't remember what happened because I was drunk. She even passed out because she was so drunk earlier in the night. They end up playing the whole thing, Kaylee said. 347 is the unofficial, I don't know, counter. Whoa. Well, it really matters what she said to them, even if it's lies. And I would say, especially if it's lies, because it brings into question her credibility, which tells the jury whether or not they're supposed to even be able to believe anything she says. They say in 347. Two Frames Media already had it up. The number go. So the prosecutor wants to admit the entire transcript. Remember earlier, it was like, no, we're just going to play it out loud to refresh her recollection. But it's like, no, okay, now she's not saying what we want her to say, but she did say what we wanted her to say previously. So can we put that in? In part saying maybe she said it, she's just denying certain things. But I think at this point, we've established there's enough groundwork to introduce the entire recording. The court said, I actually don't know if there's anything else objectionable within the recording, but I think certainly I can find that she's an adverse witness. Adverse witness, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Is adverse and hostile the same? Because I thought hostile requires you refusing, but adverse just means you keep contradicting yourself to the point where it's just, you're like clown on credibility level. Maybe I hallucinated that. Sorry, I just got distracted by a sound I heard. I think certainly I find she's an adverse witness. Is there anything in the recording that you're objecting to? No, Tory Lanez lawyer said. As to her being an adverse witness, she testified on the stand. The recording comes in because she's an adverse witness. Okay, but she's denying making those statements. She's not denying making the statements though, y'all. She's just denying that it happened. She said, I made the statements and I was lying. Those are not in evidence. You're objecting to them, but for them to be a part of the evidence, they have to play them. They did play them, but I instructed them not to consider that as evidence. It's simply to refresh the recollection. I understand, but they're essentially asked, and she admitted to them. She's clearly being evasive, the court said. I think anybody can include that. So my question is, just because she said something to you doesn't make it admissible. Are there objectionable parts of that statement? I didn't know they intended to play all of that. I would need to listen to see if what she's saying is hearsay. I don't know. I have a 70 or 80 page report. I didn't know they intended on playing this recording. The judge said, how much are you going to play? Isn't this thing like an hour and a half long? Whoa. My intention, the prosecutor said, is to play the entire transcript. It is an hour and 20 minutes long. The judge said, you have to do that while she's on the stand. The prosecutor said, I think we can confront her with it. We can ask her, the entire interview is 120 minutes, and then go into the fact she made numerous statements to us on that day. Tory Lanez lawyer said, no, I'm going to object. I think this is a waste of time. She's admitted in court. The jury heard what she said. She played the questions. Now she's going to play a recording that's an hour and something when I haven't had the opportunity. They never even told me they intended to use this transcript. I have to go through the whole transcript. There's stuff that may be objectionable in there. The court said, okay, well, that was my question to you. For efficiency's sake, she's going to deny it. You've already confronted her. What else needs to be played? The second stop all the way, the prosecutor said. The shooting. Tory's lawyer said, I'm still objecting, Your Honor. If they were intending to introduce this, they should have notified me and given me the transcript. I agree. 120 minutes long interview, a transcript has to be hundreds of pages. It's 2 hours. You have the transcript. See if there's anything objectionable in the transcript. He said, I need to be told that they intend to introduce this for me to be able to review it and see if there's any objection I may have. That's called notice, everybody. They can't just in the middle of a direct examination. The judge cuts him off. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. It's coming in, so shut up. But I think there are things in here that might be problematic. And so my question is, can we question her? She's already basically denied everything. So if you want to ask her about the events after the shooting, have her deny those and you can play the tape. Tory's lawyer said she already asked about after the shooting. She's gone through all of that. All the stuff she's talking about, the bribery, the money, all of that is after the shooting, Your Honor. The court said, yeah, but there's a whole sequence of events that takes place after. Yeah, Tory Lanez's lawyer said, after the arrest, it goes into the bribery, all of those. I don't have the transcript, Your Honor. I don't know what's been transcribed. I haven't seen the transcript. He's been asking for it. I don't know if there's objectionable stuff that I'm going to object to. The court then finally is like, oh, okay, fine, fair. We'll provide the transcript later if it's admissible, but you're going to have to confront her with whatever statements. Okay. All right. So the next question. Okay. So Kelsey, next question. You said that did not refresh your recollection as to what you said about Tory shooting over the window. She said, no, before we went on break, I don't remember what I just told you. You don't remember what you just told us all? Did you see Tory shooting over the window? She said, I did not see him shooting. No. Did you tell us in September of this year that you saw him shooting over the window? She said again, when I spoke with you, I said a few different things. Did you pew Tory? Excuse me. Did you pew Megan? No. Who shot her? Again, when I was getting out of the car, all I heard was shots. I didn't actually see anything. Did you ever grab a gun? No. Did you ever fire a gun that night? No. Did you ever apologize to Megan for shooting a pew or firing at her? No. Who apologized that night for something that happened? That night? I don't remember an apology that night. Okay, so after you saw Megan limping and hobbling, what else did you see? She said, I can't remember. Did you tell us that you saw her limping and hobbling or crawling all the way to the driveway? No, I don't know how she got to the driveway. Did you tell her or did you tell us that after she went to the driveway, you went to check on her to see if she was okay? She said, I did go. Yeah, I believe I did go check on her. Yeah. Okay, so then what happened when you checked on her? Again, it's all a blur. Did you tell us that while you were with her, she was bleeding? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there was blood. There was blood, but I don't know where, if it, I don't know, like where it came from. Okay. Did you tell us that you saw her bleeding when you went over to check on her? She said, I can't tell you what I saw. I can't tell you that I saw like her bleeding. Okay. But did you tell us that when you saw Tory shoot over the window or the door by the third or fourth shot, you look up and could see Megan looking at you guys in your direction like a deer in headlights? She said, I wasn't looking. No, I didn't see. No. This goes directly against her interview that she had with him. Did you tell us in September that by the third or fourth pew, you look up and Megan is facing toward you guys and she had a look like a deer in headlights. Did you tell us that? Yes, I did. Did you tell us that Tory was angling the gun and when he was firing, he was aiming it straight and always in a downward direction, but toward Megan? Did you tell us that? She said, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what I told you in September. Did you tell us that you don't know where he got the pew pew from? But he did again motion toward the center console when he first threatened you. Did you first tell us that? Well, Kelsey said when you play the clip back, yeah. I guess I said that. Okay, so did you tell us that after the shots rang, the 5 shots, everyone froze? Then Megan either crawled or walked or limped over to the driveway? Did you tell us that? Sorry, ask it again. Did you tell us after the 5 shots rang out, everyone froze, and Megan crawled, walked, or limped over to the driveway? Did you tell us that? She said, oh, no, the whole night was a blur. I don't remember. Okay, but did you tell us that you immediately ran to her because she was at the forefront of your thoughts and she was your friend and you went into defense mode? Did you tell us that? Yeah. Did you tell us that you saw Tory coming around the car? It was dark and it was scary and you didn't know if he was going to come and attack you guys? Did you tell us that? She said, I said a lot of things in September. Did you tell us that when you thought he was coming over to attack you, you stepped in between him and Megan, and that's when he assaulted you? She said, well, if that's what I said, then I guess, yeah. But did you tell us that Quan then got out and picked you up like a little doll? And he tells you, Kelsey, they do this all the time. And you're wondering, but she's bleeding. She's been shot. She's been shot. Did you tell us that? She's like, oh, you would have to refresh my memory. Okay, did you tell us Quan came out of the car, picked you up like a little doll, told you, Kelsey, they do this all the time, and your response was, huh? She's bleeding. She's been shot. I don't know. If you all know she's been shot, did you tell us that? Your Honor, I'm going to object to what Quan said, and then the judge, of course, disagrees with Tory Lanez's lawyer and lets it come in. You have to refresh my memory. This was in September, so I don't know. You told us a lot of things in September. Didn't you, Kelsey? Yes, ma'am. And now you're telling us you don't remember a lot of those things. Is that right? She said, yeah. I've had a lot happen since September. So postpartum, a death, a sick baby. Honestly, it is a blur. I really don't care to be here. Right. And you don't care to be here and you're not happy with Meg. Isn't that right? She said, I'm neutral. I moved on with my life. Didn't you tell us afterwards you felt betrayed by Meg because she didn't tap down the rumors that you took hush money? She said she created the rumors that I took hush money. And that made you feel upset, didn't it? Yeah. And again, the defendant made several attempts to offer you money or offer you favors in exchange for staying quiet. Isn't that right? Objection asked and answered. So the judge says sustained, sides with Tory Lanez's lawyer. Did you tell us in September that when Tory was coming toward you, again, you stepped in and that's when the altercation happened? He physically assaulted you and then Quan came and tried to separate you. Tory physically assaulted you and Quan tried to separate you from Tory. Did you tell us that? Yeah, I said that. And did you tell us that Tory was either hitting you with a closed fist or slapping you? It was a physical altercation. You can't remember whether or not it was a slap or a closed fist, but you remember being physically assaulted? She said again, I said a lot of things. Did you tell us that you were wearing a necklace with your name on it and that necklace broke off during that altercation? So she said it was during a Tory Lanez altercation, that the necklace came off. You had a necklace that broke off that night, didn't it? She said, I don't know if it fell or broke. I don't know. It wasn't on me. Okay, I'm showing you People's Exhibit 3. Can you take a look in front of you? Do you recognize this? Yes. And did that belong to you? Do you know what happened? Yes. Do you know what happened to it that night? She said, no. I just realized it wasn't on me. Okay, at what point do you realize that? She said, probably the next day. Okay, and then I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that? Yes. What is it? That's the chain. What happened to the chain that night? She said, again, I don't know how it came off. I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 4. What is this? It's a nail. Okay, yeah, but is it your nail? That acrylic nail, remember? I don't know if my nail looked like that night. Okay, but did you tell us in September that your nail broke off? Yes, she did. That your nail broke off because of the altercation? Did you tell us that? She said, yes, I did. Is that what happened? No, didn't happen. My nail didn't actually fall off. I lied. Okay, so did you tell us during this altercation you became afraid for your life? He was pulling on your hair and your neck, and that's when your necklace came off? She said, what? Sorry, ask again. My mind, honestly, I'm not here right now. Did you tell us that Tory was pulling on your hair and your neck really hard, and that's when the necklace came off? She said, yeah, I said that. Did you tell us that at one point it was like a tug of war? Tory would not let go of you and Quan was trying to pull you away? Did you tell us that? Again, I said a lot of things in September. Did you tell us that Quan is trying to get all of you guys back in the car? She said, no, that's not true. So how did y'all get back in the car? We just got back in the car. Okay, so what happened after you saw Meg on the driveway? She looks at the judge and says, Your Honor, I'm sorry, but my mind is just not like, I don't know, ma'am. I got in the car. Did anyone else approach you and Meg while you were with her by the driveway? I don't know. We all gathered to get in the car. Once you got in the car, what happened? She said, it's just a blur. I really don't know. So you don't remember anything in the car either. I mean, there's a lot of, wouldn't say it's not arguing because nobody's arguing, but everyone's just, I can't. It's a blur. Did you send a text message to Justin Edison while you were in the car right after the shooting? Yes. She asks for a break. The court said, do you want to speak to your attorney or do you just want to take a few minutes? She said, I can speak to him, but honestly, I just need to use the restroom. The court said, why don't we take our 15-minute break? We'll take it a little early. Remember the admonition, don't discuss the case. So she went to the bathroom. Okay, we're back on the record in the Peterson matter. All parties are present. The 12 jurors and 3 alternates are present. Ms. Harris is still on the witness stand. Let me remind you, Ms. Harris, you're still under oath. Okay. So next question, Kelsey, when you guys all got back in the car, did you tell Meg that you had been injured? What? She said, when you got back in the car, did you tell Meg you had been injured? She said, no, I wasn't looking. Everything was kind of fast paced. So, okay. So at any point, did you notice if she had injuries? No, ma'am. And remember, y'all, Meg Thee Stallion had like many bloody towels in the back seat. What's going on with you today as far as where you are mentally? She said, I told you I don't know where I am mentally. Okay, but what happened between September and today? She said, I told you what I'm dealing with. Right. Well, in September when you spoke with us, you gave us a lot of detailed statements about what happened. Isn't that right? Yes, ma'am. And you're telling us today you don't remember a lot of it because it's a blur. Is that right? You're telling us you don't remember it because it's a blur? Yes, ma'am. So what happened between September and today that you had forgotten everything? She said, I told you what I'm going through. Okay. And when you talk about what you're going through, you mean the death in the family? You had a death in the family? Yes, ma'am. You didn't want to be here, correct? She said, I have other things that I could be tending to. I have to make funeral arrangements, a sick baby. There's just a lot of different things. Question, the shooting that happened, you never been around a shooting before, isn't that right? She says, no, ma'am. No, it's not correct, or yes, it's correct. I've never been around a shooting. It's a pretty big deal to be around a shooting, isn't it? She said, I would assume so, yeah. And that's something you'd probably remember pretty well if you're around a shooting, isn't that right? I can barely remember the date it took place on, ma'am. Okay, well, you remembered a lot of the heat that you got after the shooting. Isn't that right? From the public? Yeah, because that's active. That's actively. Right. So she was probably hyper aware that there was people in the courtroom who were about to go get on their YouTube channel that night and talk about it. Um they never tested the blood. I guess it could have been Kelsey's. That's interesting. She apparently did text Megan saying she was injured. So it's not like you have had a chance to forget about what happened that day. You're constantly reminded about it, aren't you? She said, "Yeah, but I take social media breaks." Okay, but in the 2 years, you're constantly reminded about your involvement or you being present. See, look, they slip. Your involvement. Wah, wah. Or you being present during the shooting. Isn't that right? Yes. And you're telling us that between September and now, you've forgotten a lot. That's 3 months ago. It was 3 months. Between September and now, I've experienced a lot, and so I can't remember, not just specifically this situation, but a lot of things. Okay, so did the defendant or anyone from the defense team attempt to contact you after September? No. So when you were in the car, did you send a text message to anyone? Yes. And who? Megan's security, Justin. What did you text him? I don't remember verbatim. Okay, I'll show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 32. Can you take a look at that, please? Kelsey? There appears at the very bottom a text message. I'm going to turn my little air purifier on. There appears at the very bottom a text message. I'm sorry, you're showing someone's address. Oh, so she's in there doing the real-time editing. She's like, you're showing somebody's address. Okay, the very bottom of the text message. Okay, move it up. Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you the very bottom. There's a date. Sunday, July 12th, 4:27 a.m. Help. Tory shot Meg, 911. Did you send that text to Justin Edison? Yes, ma'am. At that date and that time, she said, well, that's the time it states. So, yeah. And I know some of y'all in here were saying that was a fake message, that they doctored it. Why did you send that message to Justin? Again, everything was going so fast. I was panicked. Why did you say to Justin, Tory shot Meg? She said, assumptions. Did you tell us in September that you texted Justin? You texted him, Tory shot Meg, because that's what happened? She said, well, when you showed me the screen, I guess I did say that. And is that what happened, Kelsey? Kelsey said, I honestly didn't see it. But you told us in September, this is a big deal. I'm going to put a red box around here because it is the answer. It's not the answer the prosecutor wants, but it is the answer he's getting. I think it's a she. It's Miss Ta. Why? Is that what happened? She said, I didn't see. Just simply didn't see it. I simply didn't see it. But you told us in September, when your memory was much better than it is today, apparently, that you texted Justin, help, Tory shot Meg. And that was after you saw Tory shoot Meg. Is that right? What? Can you repeat? All right. 3 months ago, you told us, when your memory was apparently better than it is today, that you texted Justin, Tory shot Meg, 911. And that's because you saw Tory shoot Meg. She said, I don't remember telling you that. I believe you showed me this. And well, yeah. Okay, but did you tell us in September that while you were in the car, you told everyone we need to take her to the hospital? And Megan tells you to call Ferris? Again, everything was kind of fast. I don't know what all was said. Okay, but did you tell us that you tried calling Ferris, but there was a bad signal? And when you sent the text to Justin, 911 help, Tory shot Meg, did you tell us that? Yeah. Did you tell us that you also tried texting Ferris, the manager, by dropping him a tag with your location? Yes. And did you tell us that you also sent message to your mom through Messenger saying this, help? She said, yeah, I think that's what I said. And did that happen? Yes. Did you tell us that you were frustrated because you were also hurt physically and mentally because you had bruises on you from when Tory assaulted you? And I do remember her saying that in that interview. She said, I don't remember those. I don't remember my words verbatim. Okay, well, did you get bruises that night? Were you injured that night? Yes. How did you get injuries? I noticed the injuries the next day. So honestly, again, I don't know. And again, it's probably fighting with somebody. Who? Maybe Megan, maybe Tory. I mean, I don't know. So they do 33, exhibit 33. There's 4 photographs. Thank you. We don't have a 32. So that was the text. This is 32. I don't think you marked that. We marked it. This is Todd. We're marking the guy. I can go ahead and make another record. The core people 32. So mark text message. Okay. Showing it to counsel. If we could have just a moment. All right. All right. Showing what's been marked as exhibit 33A. Do you recognize that? Yeah. What is it? A bruise. How did you get that bruise? She said, I honestly didn't notice this bruise until the next day, so I don't know. Did you have this bruise before the night of the shooting? She said, I don't know, maybe. We were very intoxicated. I noticed it the next day. Okay, I'm going to show you another picture. Do you recognize this? Yes. How do you recognize it? I'm sorry? How do you recognize it? I don't know what you mean. I recognize it by looking at it. Okay. Wow, that is a very low IQ response. What is this? She said, I don't know. It's kind of a glare, but it looks like a bruise. Is that your leg? Yes, ma'am. Like she's playing stupid. How do you recognize it? The answer is obviously my leg is in the picture. There's a middle picture right here. It looks like the top of someone's head. It's the top of her head with that woo-woo knot. I can't really see the screen. It's dark. Maybe it's an arm. It looks dark on there. You had a bruise on that arm, correct? Yes. Did you take these photographs? Yes. Why did you take them? Because I noticed things on me. But you don't know what caused it. But you took photographs of your injuries. Yeah, because I noticed them. I took pictures. Yeah. Why would you take pictures just because you noticed some bruises? What? Say it again? It's a very straightforward question. Let me put it this way. Have you kind of gotten hurt or gotten bruises from drinking before? Yes. Did you take pictures those times? She said, I can't tell you if I did or didn't. So why would you take pictures of having injuries after just a drunken night? She said, because they weren't on me prior to the shooting. She says, no. I wouldn't say like the day. There you go. The day. Okay. But you told us in September of this year, 3 months ago, you had bruises specifically from him assaulting you. Is that right? Yeah, I told you that in September, and she doesn't let her finish. And you told us in September that he was also pulling your hair during the assault. Isn't that right? Yeah, I told you that in September. In that middle picture, I'm showing you 33B. Why did you photograph a picture of the top of your head? Because it looks like I was missing some hair. But I had some bald spots right there. Why did you take a picture of a bald spot or the fact that you're missing some hair? Oh, because I had just noticed it. I didn't know. They can pay attention to whether or not somebody else's wig is falling off their head. I promise you, they know if they have a bald spot. Everybody in the world would know if they had a bald spot. I'm known to get ponytails, which causes bald spots. Yes, this is called traction alopecia. Did you tell us that and I had it before too. I had just started growing my hair back right here. I had it before because I was sleeping on a rough pillowcase. I had to switch to satin. Did you tell us that while you guys were driving, you also tried to call a person you've been talking to at the time? Yes. Did you tell us that? Yes. Is that true? Well, I mean, I told you that. Did you also tell us that you called this person and tried to keep the line open because you were scared and you didn't know what was going to happen while you were in the car? Yes. She said, I was scared because the police were aggressive. Okay, but you didn't tell us that this occurred before. You didn't tell us this occurred after the police came to the scene. She said, no, it occurred when they came to the scene. Kelsey, did you tell us specifically that when you made this phone call and you had your phone on the open line so the other person on the other line can hear what was going on inside the car, and this was after the shooting, immediately after the shooting? She said, no, this was not immediately after anything. This was when the police pulled us over. Okay, but did you tell us in September that Megan had her leg up on you while you were in the car? Yes. And did you tell us that when you guys all got back into the car, Tory was in the front passenger seat, Jaquan was in the driver's seat, and you and Meg were in the rear passenger? And is that true? Yeah. And Megan was bleeding on you and she had her leg on you. Again, ma'am, Kelsey said everything was kind of, we weren't just like paying attention to everything. So I don't know. So she approaches the witness. The prosecutor says, I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 19 for identification. Who is that? That's me. Nicole, I almost called her Nicole. Kelsey said. And was this the night of the July 12th, 2020, after the shooting this picture was taken? Where was it taken? She said this was at the jail. Okay. What is that on your right leg in the picture? Blood. Whose blood is that? I don't know. Was it yours? She said, I can't tell you that. I don't know. Was Megan bleeding in the car? Honestly, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Girl. You didn't notice whether or not Megan was bleeding profusely all over the back seat and the center console of the car? She said, sorry, but no, I didn't notice that. Girl. So she shows her Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that? No. Do you recognize Exhibit 15A? No. Do you recognize what this is at all? Is this the back of the car you were in? She said, yeah, it's the back of the car. Were there bloody towels in the car? To my knowledge, no. Okay, showing you what's been marked as People's 9. Do you recognize that? Yeah. What is it? That's my suitcase. There's red stains on top of the suitcase. What are those? She said, ma'am, I've never seen this before, so I don't know what it shows. What does it show? She said, oh, wait, sorry, excuse me. Ma'am, Kelsey said, I've never seen this before, so I don't know. It's what it shows. Well, what does it show, Kelsey? Kelsey said, a suitcase with blood stains. Whose blood is that, Kelsey? I don't know, she says. Honestly, never seen this. Well, were you bleeding? She said, well, there was blood on me. I don't know whose blood it is. Was Megan bleeding? Yeah, she was. Where was she bleeding from? She said, I did not observe where she was bleeding from. At some point, did you see where she was bleeding from? She said, I did not observe where she was bleeding from. You didn't ask her where she was bleeding from? No. This is your friend, isn't it? Yeah. Your best friend? Yeah. At the time? Yeah. You didn't think to ask her that night, are you bleeding? How are you doing? What's going on? Nothing like that? She said, no, I mean, everything was going pretty fast, so no. Okay, well, at some point, did you notice where she was bleeding from? No, ma'am. So when you're in the car, did you tell us that Tory was telling you to shut up, Kelsey, shut up? Yeah, I was crying because yes. I was crying because yes. Okay, great. Why were you crying? Oh, we were drunk and I was just crying. Okay, so now she's just crying because she was drunk and not because of the shooting that just happened. Did you tell us that then you could hear police coming and the sirens and the helicopters overhead? Yes. And that's when Tory said some more things to you guys. Did you tell us that? No, blur, don't remember. No blur, don't remember. Okay. Did you tell us that once the police sirens came around, he told you, please, y'all don't say anything. I'm about to sign a big deal. I'll give you both $1 million each. Did he tell you that? She said, yeah. I told you that. She said, is that what happened though? Kelsey said, I can't say verbatim. Okay, so what did he say? Again, I can't say what he said verbatim. It's all a blur. You told us verbatim though 3 months ago. She said, yeah, maybe I said that. Okay, so you're telling me in September, you remember exactly what he said, but today, 3 months later, it's a complete blur. She said, I also told you I said a lot of things in September, and I've been through a lot since September. Okay, well, when you were talking to us in September, were you being truthful? She said, yeah, on some things. That means some things she was not being truthful. Okay, well, why weren't you being truthful about other things? What other things were you not truthful about? Why weren't you being truthful? If you said you were only truthful about some things, why were you only being truthful about some things? She said, to protect myself. She said, from what? Just to protect myself. From what, Kelsey? What are you protecting yourself from by lying to the police and the investigators and the prosecutors? Just to protect myself. Kelsey, you keep saying to protect yourself. What are you protecting yourself from? She said, a variety of things. So I just need to protect myself. Such as, what are these variety of things? I just want to protect myself. Kelsey, you have to actually answer the question. You're repeating the same answer, but I need you to actually answer it. What are you protecting yourself from, Kelsey? She said, I don't know. I just don't want to incriminate myself in any way. What are you incriminating yourself from? Did you fire the weapon at Megan? She said, no. So then what would you be incriminating yourself from, Kelsey? Because there's some things I wasn't truthful about. What are those things you were not truthful about, Kelsey? She said, I did, like, for example, I didn't see him, and I told you that. I didn't see him do it. She said, okay, but now if you didn't see anything and you told us, how does that incriminate you? She said, because there was no truth. Wait, what? So why didn't you just tell us you didn't see what happened in September? She said, I don't know. This is weird. Why didn't you tell us the truth in September? I don't know. Okay, now you were really scared about coming out here, weren't you? She said, yeah, I prefer not to be in LA. She don't want to get around she don't have to pay her check-in fee. I prefer not to be in LA too, truly. I don't like it over there. Right, but you were really scared about coming in to testify in this case, weren't you? She said, I would just rather not be a part of this at all. And that's because you were scared? Is that right? She said, again, I just didn't want to be a part of this. Is that because you were scared, Kelsey? She said, LA just gives me anxiety. Kelsey, you understand you still have to testify truthfully. You're under an oath of penalty of perjury. Do you understand that? Yes, ma'am. That even though you receive use immunity, that does not relieve you of your obligation to tell the truth. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. And you're telling us you didn't realize Meg was bleeding that badly in the back of the car. That is the truth, she said. And that blood that was all over your leg, you are telling us you don't know whose blood that is. She said, that is the truth. Was anyone else bleeding profusely in that car beside Megan? Kelsey said, the picture you showed me compared to the other pictures, we can bring the pictures back up. The one that was on my leg was not as much as the other pictures. Yeah, but Kelsey, was anyone else in the car bleeding beside Megan? She said, I don't know. I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention to bleeding. Did you just tell the truth today when you said you sent Justin that text? Tory shot Meg. But you're also telling us you don't know. You didn't see Tory shoot Meg. No, I did not. It doesn't make any sense. Why would she send that so-called text message? Tory shot Meg, help 911, if she didn't see that. She said, but you didn't see Tory shoot Meg. No, I did not. However, you are admitting that you did send that text message to Justin. Isn't that right? Yeah, I was in a panic. Why would you send a text message to Justin saying Tory shot Meg if you didn't see it happen that night? She said, because I was in a panic. So everybody panicking lies. Everybody who's black lies to the police, according to Megan. We're getting all kinds of crazy things coming out. In a panic? Why would you identify Tory as having shot Meg if you didn't see it happen? She wants some water. Get her some milk. Can you re-ask the question? Okay. Why would you send a text message to Justin saying Tory pew pew Meg just because you were in a panic? Yes, I was in a panic and I was in a panic. She's glitching, y'all. Were you in a panic when you talked to us in September of this year and you told us you saw it? Again, no, I did not see. I was getting out of the car. I was not looking up. I just heard, so I did not see it. The question, Kelsey, is, were you in a panic when you talked to us in September of this year and you said you saw Tory 3 months ago? You said you saw Tory pew pew Meg. No, I was not in a panic in the room, no. And did you tell us that after Tory offered you guys both $1 million in the car, Megan's response was, huh? Like what? Did you tell us that? Yeah. And is that what happened, Kelsey? She said, honestly, I can't remember. Okay. And at some point, the police pulled you guys over. Isn't that right? Yes, ma'am. And when they pulled you over, they ordered everyone out of the car. Isn't that right? Yes, ma'am. And can you tell us what happened when everyone was ordered out of the car? She said, I recall the aggression. By who? The police. Again, y'all, remember, the police are investigating what they believe is a shooting. A shooting. They have license plate numbers. Like they think they're going to encounter people that just did a shooting and they don't know who's who. So, yeah, police brutality exists. It does. And those people should be held to account. They freaking work for us. But I can understand a little aggression if you think you investigating a shooting. I mean, they had 3 different 911 calls come in. Shooting, shooting, shooting. She needs to get her some milk. And did you tell an officer, please don't put your knee on my back because this was during George Floyd? Yes, which is fair. I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all. I don't see a reason for a cop. See, I'm fair. I don't see a reason for a cop to have their knee on somebody's back unless it's somebody that's like actually an actual danger and they just subdue them. But like these traffic stop knee in the back things is too much. So she said, get your knee out my back. And is that what happened? Are you asking me if he or she put their knee on my back? Is that what you're asking? No. Did you tell us that you told an officer, please don't put knee on my back? Yeah, I did tell y'all that. And is that what happened? Did you actually in real life, in reality, truthfully tell an officer, don't put a knee on my back? Yes, she did say that to the officer, which I think is fine and fair. I think that's fine and fair. Do you remember that? Yes, I remember that. And did you tell us? So she remembers everything with the cop, but she don't remember what anybody said inside the car. It was like inside the car, there was like an amnesia scopolamine floating around in there or something almost. It's like a magical amnesia in there. But as soon as she's out the car, the adrenaline's pumping. George Floyd comes on the scene in her mind and adrenaline's running. You were worried about yourself and not about the injuries you had at the time. You were worried about Megan, excuse me, but not about your injuries at the time. She said, wait, what? So, what? Question. Did you tell us that after you were handcuffed, your adrenaline was high and they asked you about your injuries, but you weren't really worried about yourself? You were worried about Megan? She said, I didn't even know I had any injuries. Okay, but did you tell us that when you're handcuffed, your adrenaline was high, you're asked about your injuries, you weren't worried about yourself at that point, you were more worried about Megan? She said, yes, I told you that. And is that what actually happened? Yeah. So you remember that part? Yeah. Did you tell us you didn't even care to speak about yourself at the time, but you almost regret because you were worried about Megan? Do you remember saying that? She said, no, I don't remember saying that. But if I did, I guess. Do you remember the ambulance then wheeling Megan off the scene in a wheelchair or a gurney? Yes. And did you ride in the ambulance with her? No, ma'am. Where were you taken? The county jail. Had you ever been in a situation like this before where officers were all out there and you were taken to jail and handcuffed? She said, no, never been in a situation like that. Did the officers have their pew-pews drawn? Yeah, I believe they did. Was it scary? Yeah, and I bet it was. This part, again, I'll be fair. I will be fair, or I try to be. I even gave it to Megan yesterday. The whole, like, I even was going to let one of her lies slide. Like, on the actual scene where the cops are there, like, oh, yeah, it was him. He shot me. And her saying, I didn't want them to shoot him. Fine. But it starts to wear off the farther away from the scene with the cops we get, right? Like 4 days later, 4 months later, like we start to kind of get farther away from where I can give credit. But this, sure, probably true. Did the officers have their pew-pews out? I don't know. I think so. And that was probably scary, right? Yeah, hell yeah. I'd be scared as shit. I'd be scared. Hell yeah, it's scary because they can get away with anything. Okay, so when you were taken to the jail, were you swabbed for gunshot residue? Do you remember that? She said, I don't remember being swabbed. No. Did you tell us that you were taken to the jail and you believe they were swabbing your hands? She said, no, I don't remember telling you that. Were you taken to a guest room to be interviewed about the events of the night? Yes. Did you tell us that you asked for a lawyer because you'd never been in a situation like that? Which is fine. I know a lot of y'all are going to be like, that shows she's guilty. That shows she did something. And it could, but I'm going to let y'all know this is not legal advice, but just, just for the cousins in the chat. Even if you did not do shit at all wrong, as you can probably see now, stuff can get pinned on you. All right. If your DNA is somewhere, your fingerprints are somewhere, this is not legal advice. If you are ever in an interrogation, what I'm about to tell you is very important. Don't take my advice. Take the advice of a lawyer. The police cannot ask you questions. This is not legal advice. Hire yourself a lawyer because I'm not your lawyer. You don't have to answer questions because the police can and often do play dirty and they just want to pin a crime on somebody. So if you happen to be the person who can afford a lawyer the least, everybody else is lawyered up and they might all be pinning it on your stupid ass. Okay. I'm not calling you stupid. The cousins ain't stupid. We all smart, but you see what I'm saying? So I see on the one hand how y'all are like, would be probably, oh, she asked for a lawyer. That means she did it. Could be, but you're allowed to do that. And if you're handcuffed, they're not legal advice, but just hear me. If you're handcuffed and put in a car and brought to a station, let me change that. If I am handcuffed and I did nothing wrong, and I'm handcuffed and I'm put in the back of a police car and it has something to do with a shooting and I'm in the station, as soon as the first police officer walks into the guest room and tell you what I would do, and then y'all can do whatever you want to do and make sure you get a lawyer, I would say, hi, yep, I didn't do anything wrong, lawyer. Oh, I just wanted to talk to you about some of the things that happened tonight. You're not in any trouble. You're not a suspect. I appreciate that, officer. Lawyer. Well, we just wanted to get a few things from you. If we could do your swabs and you could just do your swabs. But I'm not going to be able to talk. I don't talk to law enforcement without a lawyer present. It's just a rule. I'm sorry. Just like I don't get out the pool without the cover up on. You don't come off the dock unless you're wearing your swimsuit cover up. There's certain rules to law. I don't talk to cops. I don't talk to law enforcement without a lawyer. You're allowed to say that. You're allowed to say that. Now, if you actually did something, you better say that. If you actually did something, you better say that. You're not going to outsmart a cop. You might be smarter than them, but you're not just against one. It's a whole system. Now, if you shot somebody, you ought to go to jail, but you ought to have a fair trial, period. I don't talk. One thing you could say, am I free to go? No, you're not free to go. As soon as you hear the magic word no, you are detained. You might not be under arrest, but if you are not free to go, I wouldn't answer any questions. If I'm not free to go, am I free to go, officer? If the answer is yes, I'm scurrying. This is not the same thing as like, if you see something, say something, because there are absolutely times that I would speak to a police officer. But if they're investigating something and they trying to bring me with handcuffs to the station and put me in the guest room, hell freaking no. If somebody steals something from my house, out my garage, and I got to call the cops, yes, I would speak to the cops without my lawyer there because I didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean? Even if, and when I say didn't do anything, what I'm saying is if you're sitting in a car where some other people did it, your DNA is in there. Your fingerprints are probably in that car. You might have dropped a hair follicle in there. Okay. So things can be pinned on people, unfortunately. That's what I mean. If you're calling the cops to ask them to do something, obviously you got to talk to the cops. And I would say you should do that. They work for you. You pay taxes, don't you? But all this other stuff, this is not legal advice. No. However, yeah, hi. I didn't do any. I don't know anything, and the stuff I do know, you have to get it from the lawyer. I'm just so sorry, and you have to be an asshole about it. That's the thing too. Is like sometimes I personally need the cops to show up and do their job, and I actually thankfully appreciate. I appreciate when they do that. When they show up and do their job, and when they're nice and all that, I appreciate it because the bar is in hell. So yeah, I mean the bar is in hell. It's very low, but thank you. So I'm not even one of these people that's like FTP. Because no, TP needs to show up whenever there's deranged lunatics. And I need them to be like, yes, we're going to handle it. Thank you. That's their job. That's what we pay them to do. But when you're investigating a pew and you got me in handcuffs, sorry. I don't make it a practice to speak to law enforcement without a lawyer present. Sorry. Am I free to go? We can arrange a time you can speak to my lawyer, but I got to go. I'm not free to go. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to answer any more questions about my lawyer. If you don't have a lawyer, you don't have to say my lawyer. You can say a lawyer. Because if you're ever in a situation where they really need an answer out of you, they're going to give you a lawyer. And at that point, you should ask that person for legal advice because I'm not giving legal advice. Comprende? Okay. That's not legal advice. I don't know how many more times I need to say that, but all right. And did you tell us that you asked for a lawyer because you'd never been in a situation like that and that's what you had seen people from movies and stuff? That's what you did? She said, I don't remember saying that now. Do you remember telling us that you were released from the jail several hours later and Jilly, Megan's manager, picked you up? So Jilly is one of the managers and what's the other one's name? Starts with an F. I forgot it now already. Is that what happened? Yeah. And once someone came in, picked you up several hours later from the jail, where did you go? She said, sorry, one moment. Is someone getting water for her? Yeah, it's coming up. Okay, all right. Say that again. Once Jilly picked you up, what happened? Where did you go? She took me by her apartment. To do what? Oh, there was no specific reason, but okay. So by her apartment, for the uninitiated in Gulf Coast slang, is we just went by. Like we went there and we didn't stay long. That's different than to her apartment. That means that's where you were gonna be for a moment, for a while. No specific reason, but did you have to change your clothes? She provided me a shirt. And the clothes you were wearing that night, did they get ripped? She said, yeah, my shirt, I believe. Okay, so how did it get ripped? Like I said, that part is a blur. Okay, but didn't you tell us in September your clothes were ripped in an altercation between you and Tory? No, I don't remember telling you that. Did you run into Quan when you were released from the jail? Yes, ma'am. And did Quan say something to you? Objection, hearsay. Did he say something? Yes. And what did he say? Your Honor, I'm objecting, hearsay, sustained. Good. Okay, so the judge finally sides with Tory's lawyer. He's done that a couple times today. Can we approach? So they come up to a sidebar. Why? So what is Tory Lanez's lawyer actually objecting to is the question, what did Jaquan say? That's the driver. Remember the driver and the security guy from that night who was bringing him home and he was driving him around. What did Jaquan say when you ran into him after you got out of jail? What was your reaction to what he said? Your Honor, objection. This is Tory Lanez's lawyer. And the judge says, yeah, no, you can't ask about what did Jaquan say. They're at the sidebar. This is not offered for the truth of the matter. This is so this is the prosecutor trying to keep it in. This isn't offered for the truth of the matter. It's for the effect of the listener. The statement by Quan is allegedly money talks and her reaction to it. Yeah. So Jaquan coming by and saying money talks, that could mean a lot of things. That don't only mean the one thing that they might be trying to make it mean. Also, this speaks to bias and her reaction. What was her reaction? Well, her reaction was like, huh? What? And then there was an exchange. And she's like, I don't understand why you need to say that. And she kept saying they were playing mind games with her. Tory Lanez's lawyer said, that's not the issue. She's bringing it in to show this was the truth of the matter, Your Honor. And I don't believe that to be a real 352. This is hearsay. The judge said, well, her state of mind is at issue, but the statement money talks, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, because you can't admit stuff, hearsay evidence to demonstrate propensity or for the truth of the matter asserted, something important at trial. But you can get hearsay in for other stuff. There's exceptions. Tory Lanez's lawyer said, what's the point of that coming in if there's evidence that there was money? The judge said, actually, I'm going to sustain that objection. I think we have plenty of evidence on this. So actually sided with Tory and kept it out. Or Tory's lawyer. Next question. So she's like, I need a minute. She got thrown off. She was threw off. Okay. Take a couple minutes, stretch and relax, talk to your neighbor. He lets the jury stretch. Okay. So they go back on. Okay. After you left Jilly's house, next question. After you left Jilly's house, Where did you go? So she went to Jilly's house, put some clothes on, and then went to the hospital. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, where Megan was. And at that point, what did you know about Megan's status? She said, I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about her status or her injuries. You didn't know anything about her injuries? No, ma'am. It was disclosed to me that she had stepped in glass. Well, you went to the hospital. Look, it was disclosed to me that she had stepped in glass, or on glass, on glass. Next question. Well, you went to the hospital because you knew she was injured. Isn't that correct? She said, I went to the hospital because the last I know, that's where they took her. But did you try to reach out to her? She said, I honestly don't remember. This is, again, your best friend of several years, right? Yeah. So you cared about what happened to her. Isn't that right? Yes, ma'am. So if she was injured, you would want to know how it happened and if she was okay. Isn't that right? Yes, ma'am. But she was with her team. Okay. So you can't penetrate the team. That's important to note too. I don't know if Diddy Docket is still in here, but like the tingles on this one, she was with her team. Boom, 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 boom. Lightning flash. Boom, boom, boom. Desiree Perez's face. I don't know if Desiree was in the hospital, y'all. Don't sue me. Okay. And so her team, did you ask them what happened? Did you say, is she okay? Yeah, I asked them. Okay, question. When you were at the hospital, did you get a call from someone? Yeah. And who was that? She said, well, when I answered it, I realized it was Tory. He was still calling from the jail or whatever. Did you know that because you recognized his voice? Yes, ma'am. And what does Tory say on the phone call? She said, I honestly can't tell you what he said on the phone call. Okay, I'm going to play you a recording. And that was her. Oh, that's the recording of Tory on the phone. Kelsey, is that you and Tory on that jail call? Yes, ma'am. And was that the first time you heard from Tory after everyone had been arrested? Yes, ma'am. And did you tell us that while you were waiting outside of Cedars-Sinai Hospital, you tried to get in contact with Megan, but you couldn't get in contact with her? She said, I'm sure, but I really don't recall what I told you. Did you tell us that at this point, you're by yourself, you have PTSD, and you couldn't reach Megan? She said, I don't know if I told you that. Okay. Did you tell us that you, again, repeatedly asked her team, can I see Megan? Can I see Megan? You were still trying to check up on her, but you kept getting blown off? Yeah. And is that true? Did that really happen? Yes, ma'am. How did that make you feel? She said, I mean, I was confused, upset. Why were you confused and upset? Because I didn't know why I was getting blown off. Okay. And what did you think when you were getting blown off? When you're getting blown off, what did you think your next steps were going to be? She said, I don't know. Question, you just sold or you sublet your apartment in Houston. You move out to LA, correct? A couple weeks prior? Yes, ma'am. What did they tell you about staying out in LA? Were you able to stay there forever or what happened? She said there was many things told. Okay, what are some of those many things? Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's hearsay. The judge said it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. Yes, it freaking is. The witness said, I mean, again, many things. One of the things I was told was LA was dangerous and I needed to leave. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. LA is dangerous and she didn't pay her check-in, so she needed to leave. Do you know what they mean by that? Objection, cause for speculation. That's Tory's lawyer, and the judge agrees. Again, look, he's actually siding with Tory's lawyer in the last few things. Did they book you a flight out of LA? Who is they? Who is they? Yes, they did. And was that abrupt? Yes. And did that make you upset? Yes. And was that because you were also injured and you were also in pain and your back was hurting and you let them know that, correct? She said, I didn't understand why I was getting booked out of nowhere. The flight. And you were upset because you had been hurt also. You had been attacked. You were in pain. You told them that, right? She said, I can't remember what I said verbatim. Okay, but when you were told you had to go back to Houston, how did that make you feel? Confused? And then she said, and angry? And Kelsey said, yeah, angry too. And did you have to go and initially try to find your own place in Houston since you had already sublet your other place? Is this the same year as Astroworld? No, it was 20. When was Astro World in Houston? The Travis Scott incident. 2021? 2022? 2021. When was Astro World? What happened then? I started searching for a place in Houston. Did Megan at some point finally get back to you about trying to set you up with a place? She said, I can't remember, how that transpired, but I was in a hotel for about 2 weeks. So after I made a point that I had nowhere to go, then yeah, Meg then decided to try and help me find a place. Okay, and after you made a point that you had nowhere to go, did you tell us that because of that, Megan felt bad and she eventually set you up with a place because you essentially lost your place because of her? Yeah, I said that. Okay. And then at some point you also met up with Tory after the shooting? Yes. And what happened when you met up with Tory after the shooting? She said, well, when I met up with Tory, I got my belongings. So again, this is placing her belongings in Tory's car, right? And what else happened? She said, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember. What else happened once you met up with Tory after the pew pew? She said, I really can't remember. Sorry. Do you remember him talking to you and meeting with you and being apologetic? Yeah, he was apologetic. Why was he apologetic? Did he say what he was apologizing for? No. You didn't ask him why he was apologizing? No. And that's why I told y'all you always got to. When somebody says, I'm so sorry about the other night, say for what? For what? Because look, so you didn't ask him why he was apologizing? Yeah, you should actually. You're telling me that when you met up with him after Meg was in the hospital, you didn't ask Tory once why he was apologizing? Ma'am, no. There was just so much going on, like maybe just sorry for blowing up, sorry for the fight. Okay, well, did you tell us initially when he tried to schedule this meeting, you didn't really feel safe meeting him and Jaquan? Did you tell us that? Yes. Why didn't you feel safe meeting with Tory and Jaquan? She said, I don't trust anybody. And is that because you felt like everyone was leaving you out in the lurch? Whatever the hell that means. Did you tell us you didn't meet with him because you were scared? What? Huh? What? Did you tell us in September that you were also scared to meet him? I don't remember. I don't remember what I told you, ma'am. Okay, but you did meet him at a hotel. Isn't that correct? No, ma'am. It was outside. Okay, who else was there? I don't know who the individuals were. I think Quan maybe was there. I just can't remember. Did you tell us in September that when you met up with him, he was apologetic, you were scared to talk to him, but you were going to let him, you wanted to hear him out? Do you remember telling us that? No, I don't remember telling you that. But if that's what I said, then yeah. Did you tell us that he said this was a night gone bad? Alcohol was involved and he regretted it? No. I didn't tell you that. Did you tell us that when he was apologetic to you, he said, Kelsey, she was attacking me with my art, like my artist, my artistry, That's what really bothered him. And that's what he put emphasis on. And I told him, Tory, but you're wrong. You're wrong. I made sure he was aware he was wrong. Did you tell us that? Yeah, I believe I told you that. And is that stuff what actually happened? She said, honestly, it's hard to remember all this stuff. Okay, but did you tell us when you were trying to tell Tory what he did wrong? The fact he pulled out a gun is what he did wrong? She can't answer shit. Say it again. Okay. Did you tell us in September when you were explaining to Tory that day he had done something wrong? You were talking about the fact that he had pulled out a pew pew. Didn't you tell us that? No, I don't remember telling you that. They should revoke her immunity. Did you tell us that when he apologized to you, you told him it's not just to me, you need to apologize to Megan too? I don't remember telling you that. Did you tell us that at this point, you told him he needed to apologize to Megan? You hadn't realized that he had already texted Megan? I don't remember telling you that, no. Did you tell him, Tory, that right before you had met with Tory, Meg's team was already treating you really weird and you didn't understand why Meg's team was treating her really weird. She said, I told you that? Yeah. Then yeah. Did you tell him that before you met Tory, you were confused about why Meg's team was keeping you out of the loop? You were thinking to yourself, what am I supposed to do? No, I don't remember telling you that. Did you tell me during this meeting in September that ultimately you felt very left in the dark by Meg's team? And this was before you met with Tory? No, I don't remember telling you that. Did they have her on scopolamine? I'm just wondering. Did you tell us that again when Tory was apologizing? You kept saying to him again, you're wrong. You're wrong for doing that. This is not okay. And he said, Kelsey, what can I do? She said, sorry, say that again. I zoned out. Do you remember telling us in September that when Tory apologized to you, you told him, you're wrong for what you did, Tory. Like, this is not okay. But then his response was, Kelsey, what can I do? She said, no, I don't remember telling you that. But if you're saying I did, then I guess I did. Is that what happened? She said she don't recall. It's hard to remember. But it wasn't hard to remember 3 months ago in September, was it? I guess not. I don't know. Did you tell us that your response was, what do you mean? What do you mean you can do? And that's when Tory responded, I can invest in your business, or do you need a job? Do you want to work with me? Do you remember telling us that? Word for word, yes. Yeah. Did he make any comments about investing in your business during the meeting? She said, I can't remember. Okay, so you were sober when you met him that time for him to apologize, right? Yeah. And you weren't panicked when you met him, were you? She said, well, kind of, yeah. I mean, I had PTSD. PTSD from what? Just police. Everything. I never been in a jailhouse. From a shooting, correct? It's almost like she doesn't ever want to call it a shooting because, like, to call it that, if somebody ends up finding out who shots were fired, shots been fired, shots were fired, but by who? That's passive voice. I'm gonna beat passive active voice into y'all over these videos, whether you like it or not. Everybody's gonna be like able to identify the passive voice immediately. Shots were fired. She's not calling it a shooting because a shooting, shots were fired by who? Shooting also means like somebody got shot. And it's almost as if Kelsey isn't even really ready to admit anybody got shot. She's like, shots were fired, but I don't know if they landed. From being attacked by Tory, what was the question? You have PTSD from what? And one of the things is from being attacked by Tory. She said, no, just being pulled over with helicopters and cops in jail. I never been through all that. Okay. Did you tell us that when he offered to invest in your business or offered you a job, your response was, why do I need to work with you? And you said, Tory, I'm sorry, but no, I don't want any connection or correlation with you. Do you remember telling us that? No, I don't remember what I told you, but if I told you that, then sure. Do you remember telling us that at that point he offered to get you a lawyer? And you said, I don't need you to do anything for me, Tory. Why would you need a lawyer? Like, why do I need you to get me a lawyer? You didn't say that? You remember telling us that? She's like, repeat the question. What? Did you tell us that when Tory Lanez offered you a job, that he offered to invest in your business, you responded, why do I need to work with you? I don't want any connection or correlation with you. And he said, do you need me to get a lawyer? Get you a lawyer? And you responded, I don't need you to do anything for me, Tory. Like, why do I need you to get me a lawyer? She says, I'm sorry. I keep zoning out. Can you repeat the question? Somebody get the girl an Adderall. Just kidding. Did you tell us Tory offered to pay for a lawyer for you? Yes. And is that what happened? I can't remember. Girl. The crazy thing is, and like crazy in a interesting thing, is that this is indeed and truly a symptom of PTSD, is these memory lapses. And so it's like actually pretty brilliant. Oh, I don't know. I got PTSD. Can't explain it. Maybe it's true. I have no way to know. I'm certainly not a doctor. I'm certainly not an expert, and I wasn't there. Next question. Did you tell us that he also kept asking you, what else do you want? Like, what do you want to do? What do you want to invest in? And then he told you his attorney, Sean Hawley, advised him to word it in that way. Oh, good. Good. Sean Hawley told him to word it in a way. What do you want? What do you want me to invest in? She said, are you asking me if I said that? Or, yeah, I'm asking you if you said that. I'm sorry, I can't even keep up with right now. Okay, they go up to a sidebar. Your Honor, it's apparent to me that she's not feeling well right now. This is the prosecutor, of course. Yeah, he's like, gotta get this lady off the stand. We got to reboot her. I know she didn't want to be here and testify, but right now she's been on the stand since 10:30 this morning. She is fatigued. I think she threw up in the bathroom during the break. Oh, God. What if she just took too many Xanaxes on accident from her prescription? I ain't even saying it's illegal. Sometimes you accidentally take the 2 of them. You know, your doctor might give you one to do trial or something. She's throwing up. It's getting kind of redundant. Maybe this is a good time to break for the day. The court said, let me ask you, how much longer do you have? It sounds as though you're almost to the end of your examination. But of course, I don't know that. She said it is getting close, but that depends on the answers, obviously. It's getting close. We're getting past the shooting and getting into basically the statements that Tory essentially made to her. And then I think I can more or less wrap it up. The court said, why don't we at least just finish with the direct examination and we'll break. Well, Tory's lawyer said, I know you keep overruling my objections, but this has been gone into. They've already played this stuff that she's been asking about right now. They already played it earlier. She said she had the audio recording. She played it to refresh the recollection. We're doing the same thing again. I understand they may think it's important. The court may think it's important, but they're asking the same questions about him offering to invest in her business and about Sean Hawley. And this has all been covered and we're going back to it again. And this guy here is cleaning up Sean Hawley's mess. The court said the problem is her answers are all over the place. Tory's lawyer said, yeah, these are the exact same ones played in the audio. The court said, I mistakenly allowed the same question twice, but I will try not to do that anymore. Oh, it was a mistake. Oops. Whoops. So the prosecutor said, just so the court understands, I initially played the recording to refresh her recollection of what she knows. I agree. I need to set the foundation for that. Once it was clear, apparently, that she was denying even referring to some of those things after being refreshed with her recollection, I felt at this point we could shift gears. Tory's lawyer said, yeah, but that's not what happened. She asked her the question and she said she doesn't remember. Then she played the audio recording. Court said, I know what happened. So make the objection. I'll try to make the ruling. I may have made a mistake when you objected, asked, and answered. But it's kind of one of those things. It's not always that harmful. Oh, okay, good. It's not always that harmful, the judge said. So just get over it. Who cares about a little harm? Just a little tiny harm to your human and civil rights. Who cares? Who gives a shit? It's not always that harmful. But I guess I see what you're saying. Tory's lawyer said, yeah, Your Honor, this has been going on all day with my client's statements and with the Sean Hawley investment plan. The Sean Hawley investment plan? What is that? It took me to 2:22 p.m. to find out about that. The Sean Chapman Hawley investment plan. The court said, try not to repeat your questions. Let's finish with the questions. Let's get it done. Because true, on the one hand, the prosecutors are like, Your Honor, can we break for the day? The judge is like, no, can we finish the direct examination? We've been here all day. You're about to be done anyway. But at the same time, the people are asking the same question over and over. The judge is like, how about don't repeat your question so damn much and we can get out of here sooner? I've been going linear. Do you think you can wrap this up in 10 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Next question. Okay. Did you tell us, Kelsey, that after Tory made these statements about offering you a job and to invest in your business, you told him, I don't need anything from you? That is the right answer, by the way, too. That's the right answer. Just don't take stuff from people. Told him, I don't need anything from you, and said, well, just think about that and just let me know. Do you remember telling us that? No, I don't remember. I can't remember what I told you. Do you remember telling us that you thought you weren't sure, but you don't know if maybe this was Tory's way of trying not to pay for your injuries directly? Your Honor, objection. That calls for speculation. And the judge, he must be getting on a hungry time because he's starting to side with Tory quite a bit this afternoon. Okay, next question. Did you tell us that these offers to invest in your business or to offer you a job, they occurred over the course of several phone calls? No, I didn't tell you that. Did you tell us that this kept happening leading up until charges were filed in this case? She said, no, I don't remember what happened. And I don't remember what I told you. What was your falling out over Megan really over? That's a great question. I don't know. Did you feel that when she released an official statement on this case, she didn't protect you? What? Ask the question again. What? Did you feel that when Megan released an official statement on this case, that she didn't protect you enough in the statement? Yeah, I felt that way. Well, that's what you told us in September, isn't it? So I don't know what I told you, but sure. And did you feel that she didn't protect you enough from accusations that people were making about you having fired the gun at the car? You thought that? She said, well, there was a lot of accusations. Okay, but specifically as to that one, did you feel like she should have took up for you? Yeah. That accusation is false, right? The accusation that you shot Meg is false, isn't it? Yeah, false. I didn't shoot her. You did not shoot Meg. Is that correct? No, that's not correct. Did you shoot Meg? I did not. You did not shoot Meg, but people are accusing you of it, correct? Yes, they are. And you felt that Meg was not protecting you from those accusations, even though she knew it wasn't true. Is that right? Yes. And she was upset that you released, and Meg was upset at you, that you released a statement early on in the case that she felt didn't protect her enough. Isn't that right? Objection, that calls for speculation. The judge is like, yeah, you can't be asking what did Megan think and feel and all that. Did you release a statement on this case? Yeah. Have you, and you have an Instagram account entitled It's Kelsey Nicole? Your Honor, can we approach? The judge comes up and says, I'll tell you what, we're going to take our evening recess. We're leaving for the day. So remember the admonition I gave you, jury. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't form or express any opinions. Have a nice evening. Don't look at any commentary, follow any coverage of this case, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning at the Gathering Place. The Gathering Place at 10:30. Have a nice evening, everyone. Do you want to have the jurors exit first? You're going to go back into the jury room for a brief moment. What about the witness? Ms. Harris, you can sit down. Witness, can I ask you a question? The court said no. You got to talk to the prosecutor. Okay, Ms. Harris, you're ordered to return tomorrow, 10 o'clock a.m. And if we can have counsel here at 10 o'clock, let's work out some of these issues we have. Mr. Bott, with respect to that transcript, can we have that provided from the state? Can we have that worked out by tomorrow? Y'all were supposed to give it over to Tory's lawyer 2 days ago. Oh, yeah, I have extra transcripts all of a sudden. The court said, and you're going to give one to Tory's lawyer? Yeah. Okay. I don't know why they didn't do that before right now. Tory's lawyer said, Your Honor, this right here is the Brady. This right here, I think, is why the case has the strongest. This is the strongest case for overturning. Look. Your Honor, Tory's lawyer said, just for the record, I'm a little frustrated because the state keeps throwing discovery that had not been turned over in discovery. So they keep putting evidence in it, so they didn't follow the rules of turning it over in discovery. This is Brady. Court said, yeah, that's why we reconvened last week to go over this. Exactly. And they've still been giving us more stuff since then. They were supposed to give it by then. The judge even said to him, make sure whatever you're going to use, you provide it to him. And let's meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. and go over everything. And I think this is about the day where he gets the fingerprint report. Maybe it's the next day. The prosecutor, Ms. Ta, says, I do want to clarify something. Counsel's biggest contention right now is regarding this Instagram post by Kelsey. This Instagram post, she reads out literally verbatim. There's a Google search that occurs during our interview with her where she says she pulls it up. It's an Instagram post, and she reads out exactly what her Instagram post is. So the content of this Instagram post has already been disclosed in the record interview. In the recorded interview with Ms. Harris. The court said, okay, I'll take a look at it overnight. If you have any issues, let me know tomorrow. Tory's lawyer said, first of all, that don't matter. If they intended to introduce documents or posts that pictures of the post, they're supposed to turn all that over 30 days before. And now, I mean, it's fingerprints. They got fingerprints they didn't turn over, apparently. He said we had similar issues with photos that they brought up earlier that they emailed to me yesterday. So, this is according to counsel. This is supposed to be 30 days before trial. I was supposed to get it. I didn't get it till trial started. In the middle of the trial, they just act like it's been turned over. They introduce it with the jury. I didn't want to make an issue of it, but there's another one now. So I didn't know how many more of these are coming. Well, the fingerprints are coming, buddy. If they intend to introduce any of these exhibits in their case in chief, they should have turned this over 30 days before the trial. That is the rule. That is the freaking rule. The judge said, oh, well, I think that the content of what we're talking about already had been provided. But in any event, you're both aware of your discovery obligations. And if you're going to ask for any type of sanctions, we'll take it up at the appropriate time. But make sure you exchange whatever needs to be exchanged. And let's meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow so we can hash out things. We'll see you back. Tory Lanez, you're excused. We'll see you back tomorrow. All right, we're adjourned. Again, the Brady, I think, is the most important. Yeah, I'm glad he said it on the record because he did preserve the record. She was waiting for Meg to pay her Oh, interesting. Meg's team wouldn't let her into her apartment, almost like she was expecting to be let into the convo, but she was excluded. Huh. Very interesting. Back office operations at the bank interfering with this live. They better not. Not forwarding discovery is absolutely grounds for a mistrial, especially if it's like your fingerprints weren't on the gun and we have the records here. That is the wildest part. To me. I don't know if the trials are ever are they usually televised in California State Court? They kind of secretive over there. It's called disclosure, and if not observed, it's grounds for mistrial, period. And that's the way they became the Brady Bunch. How's that song go? It is funny. The way they became the Brady Bunch. I think it's that. Yeah, seriously. All right. So what? We doing it again? Same back time, same back place tomorrow? Or are y'all tired of this now? Are you tired of it? Or should we do the next day tomorrow? Put a 2 in the chat for tomorrow. We should do it again tomorrow. Kaylee. More. Kaylee said 2. I see no 2s. I see 1, 2. Okay, there they come. Can we keep going? Okay, here's the 2s. I was like, what is the holdup here? Who's DP? What's DP? George said DP. Oh, Desiree. Sending notes to the prosecution. Interesting. I knew Two Frames Media was going to be in here. Couldn't put a 2, but yours is fine. Okay, I guess we'll tomorrow. I'll do the summary and analysis at the beginnings. I didn't play the audio. I'll tell you why, Kel, is because the one place that I know that has the audio has this like big disclaimer warning in the description box that's like, do not reproduce, do not duplicate. And like, I don't know this person. I don't know them parasocially, never heard of them, whatever. Like, I follow the stuff they do or whatever since I started looking at this 5 days ago, but I don't know if it's like one of those belligerent people that's going to try and copyright strike me. So I need to find the, Ashley, girl, I'm tired. Ashley said, let's keep going today. Let's go today. You're funny. Some days I would, but I'm just kind of tired. I'm hungry. I know the delay. Now y'all know how long the delay is. Look, today. Y'all are all saying today. Y'all are funny. Aw. See, that's so cute. Okay, I'm going though today, and I've been on here like 4 hours, so I'm gonna go. But I'll be back tomorrow. This has been kind of fun. So tomorrow we're gonna be reading December 15th, 2022. This is the rest of Kelsey, and then her cross-examination, and then I guess direct and redirect. But I think also there's something else starts tomorrow. Becky's about to get the chupples out on me. All right, y'all. I gotta go. I'm going to find something to eat. I gotta go run some errands or something. No, this right here, that's what I'm talking about though, Kelly. Street TV has this big disclaimer. Street TV has this huge disclaimer thing at the bottom, and it's like, I'm the third party owner of this. Nobody can redistribute this. And it's got all his, what's it called? Watermark. It's got his watermark and everything. Okay, so Keys asked, so far, do I think he's innocent or guilty? I don't know, truly is the answer. But so far, I am much more concerned with the question of whether or not he received a fair trial. That is what I'm more concerned with. And it seems kind of like maybe not. Namely, I keep going back to the fingerprints. He didn't know. The defendant didn't know that there was a fingerprint report on the gun, and that the fingerprints report did not find his fingerprint. That could have been his whole case. Now, did he do it or did he not is not something I'm right now prepared to have like really opinion on. I want to hear everybody's different stories and things. But I don't know that he got a fair trial. Thank you, Kaylee, for the £4.99. Thank you, BJ, for taking the time to go over everything. It's a lot, but we appreciate it. It's a lot. It is a lot, but there was a few more people in here today than yesterday. So maybe a few more people, we can get the word spread. Also, it was a lot less time today. Yesterday, I was on here almost 7 hours, 6 hours, something. And that's because I started on a new one right about now. But I'm not doing that today. Thank you for the $4.99. And shout out to Kaylee for sending me these transcripts, because they are hard to come by and they're expensive. I can send you Kelsey audio. I have to dig for it. Okay, if you send it, we could do a react to it. I just don't want to take somebody's stuff that has all that stuff on it. I don't want somebody to, I told y'all how I feel about things right now. Thanks so much, Empath Rhapsody, for the $10 super chat. Bless you for everything you do. Justice for Tory. Indeed, 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 indeed. Okay, I'll see y'all tomorrow in the morning. Probably like similar, same back time, same back place. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Neither is reading. Oh, yeah, and Tori's live too. That too. My email is ThatSurpriseWitness@gmail.com. It is in the description box too, so you could copy, paste it. Okay, all right. So we'll do some of that live too. We'll just keep on trucking through as we lead up to the oral arguments, which are scheduled to take place on August 18th, which is Monday. I'm probably going to be in there, like on the Zoom or the call-in, if that's allowed, or the live stream rather. And that means I'm not going to be able to be live streaming it because that's against the rules. So I'll have to come and talk after. So maybe y'all can be in there too, and we'll all be in there, and then we can reconvene. The cousins can reconvene afterward. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither opinions, neither is reading court documents. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.